Okay, let's start this.
I think the tonsils might have affected him severely.
How do you say somebody must substitute you? And you don't tell him where's the door to the office?
Maybe he forgot to make those arrangements.
Okay, can we continue? You're still under oath then?
Yes, my lord.
Yes, sir.
As it is the court, my lord.
Yeah.
Brigadier and everybody else, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. This interview, and we agree that this was an interview, which you had with accused number 1. How long did it last?
So I don't think we agree that it was an interview. My last statement, I said it was an investigation, but in the course of investigation, then I interacted with accused number 1. I think that's how we closed yesterday's assertion.
Angicabanga ukuthi kwakuyinhlolo khona le enganginayo nayo umsolo wokuqala uma ngiqedelele inkulumo yami izolo ngishilo ukuthi ke kwaku uphenyo lolu kulolo phenyo lolu ngabe sengixoxisana naye ke umsolo wokuqala.
But in terms of timing, my lord, I think it would have started around 1900 hours, and I think we were done by 1930 on the 30th of May 2020.
Ngokwesikhathi ke ngicabanga ukuthi uma siqala ke kwakuyihola lesikhombisana uma ukuthi ke ntambama uma sesiqeda ke kwakuye u1930 ngalelo langa lelo engangikhulumisana naye noma ngixoxa naye umsolo wokuqala.
You saying, Brigadier, you don't think this was an interview, but if it was not an interview, why then did you have to explain his rights to legal representation? All those rights that you referred to, that you allegedly explained, why did you have to ascertain that he was insane and sober senses? Why did you have to ascertain that he was in a right state of mind, if this was just a mere investigation?
So my lord, there was a discussion. All I was responding to is that we did not, myself and advocate agreed that this term of interview is what led me there. It was an investigation, but I want just to take it further to clarify that point as well, my lord.
Engishoyo ukuthi bangakhona ukumelana phakathi kwami nayo advocate uMnisi ukuthi engangikwenza naye umsola ngalelo langa kwakuyinhlolo khona kodwa ngifuna ukuthi ngiqhubeke nakho.
Now, my lord, and I want to make a situation that is almost similar to this to explain the issue of the rights. If I'm working as a police officer on the street, and this is by example, then you get told, here's a person, you see a person running and somebody says, this person just robbed a bank or just shot someone. You will then apprehend that person and immediately place that person under arrest. At that moment, you will give the person the rights in terms of the constitution at that moment. You don't have to wait for the reason to say, before I interview this person, to say, who's your accomplice, who was with you, and so forth. The moment you place that person under arrest, and I'm making it a situation where rights are given, at that point, you are expected to give the said person the rights. Subsequent to that, things can develop. For example, who was with you? If there was an accomplice, then you can follow those leads before the formalities. So you don't give rights because you already have ideas of how things are. I knew accused number 1, my lord, was arrested for the case of drug dealing. I felt that it was important that I gave him his rights on my side so that he understands his rights. That was the first part. The second part was to ascertain his responses as I was moving to this particular case that was in question. Not only because I did not know, my lord, so I couldn't say I was giving this right anticipating that he's going to now talk and there will be a formal interview. I didn't know what he was going to say to me. I didn't know whether he will say, let's talk, I'm implicating myself. I didn't know. It was a prerequisite that I needed to do before we take the discussion further.
Ngifuna ke ukuphendula lokho ngokwenza isibonelo asithi ke uyayihambela uyiphoyisa ubese uyatshelwa ukuthi nango umuntu ebaleka lo muntu ke uqeda ukurobha ibhange ozokwenza ke ukuthi loyo muntu loyo uma ummisa sizombopha ke emuva kwalokho ila khona ke usuzomchazela ke noma umtshela ngawo amalungelo akhe. Awumtsheli umuntu amalungelo ngoba ukuthi kukhona ke noma khona kufanele ukwazi noma kufanele mhlambe umtshela ngoba usuzuthi uzoba nenhlolo khona naye, ngoba kufanele uma ngabe umbopha amalungelo akhe awazi noma umtshele wona. Nalana ke okwenzeka kuyena ke umangalo lokuqala ukuthi ngangazi ukuthi uboshelwe icala lezidakamizwa, ngabe sengimtshela ke amalungelo akho uqinisekisa ukuthi uyawazi, nokuthi futhi ke bese ngikhulumisana naye ke nokuthi uyakulandela lokhu engimtshela kona kwamalungelo, nokuthi futhi ke mase ngiqala sengikhuluma naye ke hayi ngokuthi kufanele ngimnika amalungelo ngoba sengazi noma kukhona engicabangayo ukuthi ngilindele ukuthi angitshele lokhu noma sizoba nenhlolo khona mina naye.
And lastly, my lord, I already knew that he was a person of interest, and that was in the background of my mind, because we already had a statement that says he may have been involved in the killing of the deceased in this matter. So that was in the back of my mind. So it was prudent and important that he is aware of his constitutional right, in addition to what I was told by Sergeant Mukula, that he seems to be making some form of admission. So I can't ignore those rights, but I didn't know what the response will be. So I couldn't anticipate that this will lead to an interview.
Okunye futhi ke ngase ngazi ke ngoba ke sasikhona istatement esasikhona ke esasithi ke ngambandakanyeka ke ekubulaweni kwakhe umufi kulona leli icala. Nangaphandle kwalokho ke lokho engangisengitshelwe uyena uSergeant Mkhula ukuthi ke kukhona ke akushoyo noma ke akuvumayo yena umsola, kodwa mina ke ngokuya kuyena ngiyokhulumisana naye ngangazi ukuthi yini azoyisho noma ngangeke ngicabangele ukuthi uzophendula ngale ndlela.
That's my response, my lord.
Iyona leyo impendulo yami.
Don't worry, I'm still trying to digest your response, and that might take almost 2 minutes. When I'm quiet like this, I'm still trying to digest your response.
I understand, my lord.
Yeah, it might take 2 minutes. Brigadier, you saying you already know from Sergeant Mkhula that the person was making admissions. So when you went there to talk to him, you had that at your background. That process of you trying to confirm what you got from advocate, from Sergeant Mkhula, what did you call that process?
No, it's investigation, my lord. Remember, my lord, I said first I'm giving a report by Sergeant Mkhula that says this person is making some form of admissions. I don't get the details. I was not given details to Mkhula. And I didn't want to pry also myself to say, what did he tell you? Because I took into account her rank, that it will be inadmissible. So I was not given the details as to what form of admissions or sort of admissions is this individual saying, except to say, because you guys are saying are going to Phosphorus on investigation with the same accused, please let us meet at Phosphorus police station so that I can, as part of the investigation, engage this individual, this suspect. And that is why now I started with the issues of the rights. In that process, my lord, trying to establish that he understands his rights, that he was in his sober and clear senses. Then when I was satisfied, then I placed the question that I have a reason to believe that he was involved in this matter. So that is how it unfolded. I could not have anticipated that this discussion will lead to a formal interview officer. I don't know. I didn't know what he was going to say, my lord, after giving him the rights. But I can concede and agree that there was an engagement with him.
Lana ke ungakubiza noma ngakusho ukuthi kwakuyingxenye yophenyo noma kwakuwuphenyo ngoba ke ngitshelwa lokhu engikutshelwayo uyena uSergeant Mkhula, nami ke angibuzanga ke noma nginikanga imininingwane yokuthi yini lena amtshela yona, ngoba ke lokho kwakuzoba yinto ke eyayingeke ke yamukeleke asithi ke mhlambi phambi kwenkantolo, ngoba ke uma ubheka isikhundla sakhe ingakho ke ngoba babethi beya eFosloras ngenxa ukuthi ke ingxenye yophenyo ngathi ngicela sihlangane epolice station yaseFosloras ingakho ke ngaqala ngokuthi ngimchazele amalungelo akhe ukuqinisekisa ukuthi uyawezwa nokuqinisekisa ukuthi ke ngokomcabango noma ngokomqondo ke akukho okumphazamisayo ke emuva kwalokho ke ila kwalandela khona ke umbuzo la esengimtshela khona ke ukuthi ke nginezathu sokukholelwa ukuthi ke uyambandakanyeka ngangingazi ukuthi impendulo zizothini ke ngangeke ngicabangele ukuthi uzophendula kanjani noma leyo kuzogcina sekuyinhlolo khona.
Brigadier, you're telling this court that you already know her information that this was a person of suspect. Now, with that in mind, you go and talk to him. That forms part of the broader investigation, of course. But you speaking to him, what did you call that?
Well, my lord, if counsel wants to call it interview, what I'm saying, my lord, is that because I understood, and I'm trying to move from the direction of what counsel is saying, I understand him to be referring to an interview in terms of formalities. But I
Sorry, is it the question of a language?
Yes.
It could be a discussion.
Yes.
It could be a consultation.
Indeed, my lord.
It could be an interview.
Yes.
It could be a talk.
Indeed, my lord.
But you don't want to use the word interview.
Interview, yes. That's the,
Okay,
that's
fine.
the
Let's
word
get
I'm
on.
shying away from, my lord.
Thank you, Brigadier. There was a piece of a document yesterday that you handed in, which is your diary, and then you said that's where you inscribe everything, most of the things, or a summary of the things that happened. So do you still have that diary of yours?
Yeah, I do, my lord.
Yes.
I
No, wait. I'm talking about the diary, Brigadier Kilinda. Let's get to the diary. Open the date of the 30th of May, Saturday, 2020, 30 May, Saturday, Saturday 2020. And don't talk up until we have opened that. I'll guide you what to do when I just open that date.
All right, I'm on the 30th May.
Yeah, 30 May. At 13 hours, go there. There are time frames there. Let me just put on my spectacles. Because this handwriting, you know, I think it can only be read by the person who wrote here. At 13 hours. Are you on 13 hours on the diary?
Yes, I'm here, my lord.
Read what is written there.
It said I went to interview the suspect at Phosphorus around 1900 hours.
Thank you. And that comes from you, not so?
No, but which part now? What is written here? Because
Who wrote here, Brigadier?
but it is me. But
Thank you. And
No, my lord, I must
if it
be
is
given a
you,
chance.
no, Brigadier, don't argue with me. If it is you who wrote this, who then does this come from?
Yeah, but you're misreading the diary, and that's what I want to correct, counsel, my lord. That is misreading the time frames. Because if you follow the sequence of the time, you will not be confused by the 1300 hours that is referring to. And that is why I wanted to explain.
No,
this from the
Brigadier,
beginning.
I said read what is in 1300. I'm not concerned about what could have happened at 1300. I say read what is next to what is written 1300. And you have just read, it says, I went to interview the suspect at Phosphorus around 1930. I'm not concerned about the time. I'm concerned about the word that you yourself used. There's an objection. Let me respect the objection.
As a court, please, my lord, with the greatest of respect, I think, as Brigadier Ginina pointed out, that counsel is, as the witness put it, misreading the diary. He's trying to link the times on the diary to the entries. But the Brigadier says, I just made entries in the diary regardless of the time. So the times must be disregarded. Only the entries are important, the sequence of the entries. That's what the witness is saying. But counsel is trying to push the witness into a corner to say, but you made an entry at 1300 hours. It was just an entry and not linked to the time as such.
No, my lord. With due respect to to my colleague, with due respect. I've just said to the witness here, I'm not concerned about time. I don't care what would have happened at 1300. This was just to give, when I said 1300, it was just to give him a clue at what line must he read at. I don't care whether at 1300 somebody was hospitalized or a car broke down or what. No, that's not there. I'm concerned about what was inscribed next to that time, 1300. And I'm not concerned, even if it was at 17 hours, if it was 27 hours or whatever time. I'm concerned about that, what is inscribed there, not the time itself. And we can't argue, Brigadier. We can't argue. We can't argue unless we are going to make ourselves unprofessional. You're right there.
My Lord, I understand.
But I'm still talking, Brigadier. I'm still talking, Brigadier. If you want to talk, I'll give you the rostrum and then I will keep quiet. When you finish, then I will attend to you.
I'm saying, my Lord, I understand. In other words, I'm saying I hear Advocate Mnisi, and I think the point I was saying is that we are aligned. I hear what he's saying. So I didn't, that was not meant to be an argument. So I think it was misunderstood then.
What is it that you understand, Brigadier?
What you just said, I must read. And I think you are saying, your focal point is that I say, I went to interview the suspect at Phosphorus around 1900 hours, and I'm saying I understand.
Ngithi ke ngiyabuza kulobo ongikhombisa kona ukuthi lana ngibhale ukuthi ngahamba ngayokwenza ke inhlolo khona naye umsolwa ePhosphorus isikhathi ke kwaku7 ntambama.
So this is what you did with accused number 1. You went to interview him.
I may have used the term interview as it's written here, my Lord, but as I said, and the court has explained that it's a question of words, my Lord. I do concede that I spoke to him, I engaged with him, and the reason, as I've said, I've shied away from the word interview is because I'm understanding counsel, my Lord, and it's really coming from how I'm understanding counsel using the word interview. He uses the word interview as a formal interview in terms of the statement that he referred me to. And that's what creates the problem. But there's no denial that there was a discussion or an engagement between me and accused number 1.
Yebo ke manje kuba inkantolo ishilo ukuthi ke kungaba ukusetshenziswa ke kwamagama nokuthi lana ngibhalile ke lona ke igama leli elithi interview ukuthi ke inhlolo khona. Kodwa ke indlela mina engimuzwa ngayo ke advocate uma esebenzisa lona ke lelo gama lelo esebenzisa ke sona ke istatement lesi abesebenzisile ke, kodwa ke ngingavuma ngisho ukuthi yebo kwakukhona ke ukukhulumisana noma ukuxoxisana ke phakathi kwami naye umsolwa.
And the question was, how long did this interview take place, which you had with accused number 1?
I said, my Lord, according to my recollection, by 7:30, we should have been done, my Lord. 30 minutes plus minus, as I indicated earlier, my Lord.
Noma bese ngishilo ke ngaphambilini ukuthi isikhathi kwangaba ke imizuzu ke ewu30.
So you met him around 7 o'clock in the evening. You had this interview with him for plus minus 30 minutes and then you were done.
Plus minus, my Lord, yeah, the discussion or interview as it's written here. But it was not a written down interview, my Lord, or formal interview as one would call it. It was a discussion between me and accused number 1.
Yebo ke lokukhulumisana lokhu ngasho ukuthi kwathatha ke imizuzu ewu30 phakathi kwami naye ke umsolwa. Yebo kubhaliwe lana ukuthi inhlolo khona noma interview, kodwa ke kwakukhulumisana.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now you have told this court on numerous occasions that you are a protagonist of that principle that you refer to as good, what is it now?
Best practice.
Best practice, yes. You are a protagonist of that good best practice principle, not so?
No, I don't think I said I was a protagonist of a good practice rule.
But do you know what a protagonist is?
Yes, I do. But what
Okay,
I've
thank
said,
you.
I don't know it. What I've said is that when it came to the issue of taking a statement, it is always advisable in terms of the best practice rule that someone independent take that statement, because then that person is not involved in the matter, and that's really the issue of objectivity. And I said it was not that it was my concept, or I'm a strong firm believer of it. It's a way of making things objective and fair, as and when the evidence is presented, my lord.
Engikushilo ke izolo ukuthi uma sekufinyelela ke ekuthatheni sona ke istatement noma la umuntu esefuna khona ke ukugonyuluka ukuthi ke okona ke okuyikona kufanele kwenziwe, hayi ukuthi yimina noma indlela engenza ngayo noma kufanele ngenze ngayo, kodwa ke kusebenzeka ngaleyo ndlela ukuthi kube omunye umuntu ongasiyona ingxenye yophenyo okuyena othatha leso statement.
Brigadier, are you aware, a bit of a discourse, are you aware that when you are engaging in an interview with a suspect or a person, you ask him certain questions, he answers those questions? That is basically a taking down of a statement, albeit not be written down.
No, I don't understand. If you are warning, because these are separate processes, what I embarked on, my lord. When you warn a person according to his rights at a particular place, I'm not aware that you must have a form to record what you are telling him. That's why I said this notice of rights, what transpired here, should be viewed in that context, that it was in the course of investigation. I'm meeting the accused for the first time, I give him his rights, and then things flow from there. I'm not aware that you can't give these rights without actually having a formal form where you must record the answers that he give you. I'm not aware of that, my lord.
Akukho ke mina ngikwaziyo ukuthi ke uma ngabe uhlangana nomuntu noma ke umsola usukhulumisana naye umnikeza futhi amalungelo akhe ke ukuthi lapho kune form thizeni ekufanele ukuthi ube nayo ke, ngoba lana ukhuluma uyamtshela ngamalungelo akhe futhi uyamexwayisa phecelezi ke i-warning, bese kuthi ke lapho ke kunezinto ke ezivelayo ke noma ezikhulunywayo. Akukho engikwaziyo ukuthi kufanele ube ne-form thizeni lapho.
No, you. That's not my question. My question is, are you aware? Do you know? Otherwise, if you don't know, it's something else. But do you know? Are you aware that when you are interviewing a person, you ask him questions, he gives you answers. You ask him questions, he gives you answers. That is, in essence, a taking of a statement, even if it's not written down.
No. No, I'm not aware, my lord.
Thank you.
That concept, and I don't
Thank
think
you.
it's accurate,
You
my
said
lord.
you
It's
are not aware.
Yes, but it's not accurate. I'm qualifying it to say it is not accurate that every time you interview or you engage with a person, it must be recorded. And that's why, my lord, I made an example that you interview a person on the street or you engage with a person on the street about something that just transpired. You can't get a form and say, let's sit down, I want to record you the questions and the answers, and the way you obtain the information that you need, and you move on to arrest or follow up the investigation that needs to be done at that stage. It's not a rule that you must always sit down, because sometimes circumstances don't allow that, my lord.
La angivumelani ke nalokho, futhi ke izathu noma ke imbangela ukuthi ngisho lokho ke ukuthi ke angazi la ekusho khona ke ukuthi kufanele uma unomuntu ukhulumisana naye kunala ekufanele njalo ngaso sonke isikhathi ubhale phansi. Ingakho ngenze lesiyasibonela ngaphambilini ke ukuthi uhlangana nomuntu emgaqweni ngento eqeda ukwenzeka manje, ukhulumisana naye umnikeza amalungelo akhe. Asikho ke manje isikhathi ukuthi ke manje noma ayikho iform lapho nesikhathi sokuthi ke asibhale phansi lokho engikubuzayo nalokho okuphendulayo, ngoba ke lapho ke kufanele usaqhubeke nophenyo, mhlambe kufanele uqhubeke uyobopha omunye noma abanye.
And I agree with Advocate Mnisi, my lord. If the situation is that I took a conscious decision that there's a suspect at a particular place, and I'm going to obtain a formal warning statement from him, be it he's detained or whatever the circumstances in prison in. Yes, in that instance, because from the beginning, I know the person is detained in preparation for court or for certain answers that perhaps the prosecution need. and we've arranged that that person must submit this explanation in a form of a warning statement. In that instance, yes, there will be a form for the warning statements where questions are put, answers are recorded, and such information then will go to the docket and be presented to the prosecutor. That is a different situation when you encounter someone on the street.
Kodwa ke ngizovumelana ke nayo advocate umnisi ukuthi ke kuyehluka ke uma kuwukuthi uyazi ukuthi uyake kumsola othize lo msola mhlambi ke usesitoksini futhi ke ngokukhulumisana noma ingxoxo onazo nomshushisi loyo muntu loyo kufanele uye kuyena kunemibuzo kufanele ke umhlome yona bese kuthi impendulo zakhe uyibhala phansi lapho ke yebo ikhona iform ekufanele uhambe nayo uye kuloyo muntu leyo umbuzo lokho akuphendulayo ukubhala phansi ubese uyayithatha ke leyo form leyo uyoyifaka ke noma ke uyoyihlanganisa nalo idokodo lokho kuhlukile ke kunokuthi uhlangane nomuntu emgwaqweni.
That's my response, my lord.
Impendulo yami leyo.
So you do not know that when you interview a person or a suspect, you ask him questions, he gives you answers. You ask him questions, he gives you answers. That constitutes a taking down of a statement, although it's not written down. That you do not know.
No, my lord, I do know that, and please, perhaps this is misunderstanding me. And I'm saying, in terms of the formalities, when there's a directive to say a formal statement must be taken from that person, we are totally agreed, because the form prescribes questions that you will put to the person, answers that he gives, up to the time where he elects whether he wants to make a statement or not. We are aligned in that part. The only difference is that when you are in the course of investigation, that principle doesn't suffice, my lord, because you give a person his rights in terms of the constitution. Out of that, then certain things arises in terms of his responses. You can't now say, let's park this discussion now. First, let's go to the station or to the office where I'm going to get a form and redo the. You flow with that investigation. That's the only point that I'm making, my lord.
Cabanga ukuthi ke kukhona ke la esivumelana khona siphinde sike sihlukane khona ke naye advocate umnisi. Yebo la khona ke utshelwayo ke khona ukuthi ke kufanele ube nokuthize oyokuthola kuleyo muntu loyo, une form ohamba nayo, unemibuzo ombuza yona lokho akuphendula yeko ekubhala phansi. Kodwa lokho kuhlukileke uma ngaba uqhubeka nophenyo noma kuyingxenye yophenyo leyo ukuthi ke umuntu umnikeza amalungelo akhe ke noma uyamchazela wona ke uqinisekise ukuthi uyawalandela uyawezwa bese kuthi kulokho ke kunezinto thizeni akutshela zona noma ke eyivelayo lapho awuthi ke asambe manje se police station ngiyothola iform cha uyaqhubeka ke nalokho.
Is there anything further, Brigadier?
No, my lord, that's that aspect, my lord.
I said that was a bit of a discourse. Indeed, when you go and talk to a suspect or a person of interest, you ask him questions, he gives you answers. You ask him questions, he gives you answers. That is a taking down of a statement, or even if you don't write it down. I think we understand each other from today henceforth that does constitute a statement. Thank you, Brigadier.
But he denies it. He's not agreeing with you. He denies it. Am I correct?
You are correct, my lord.
I'm saying he denies it. And you're saying he agrees with you.
I hear, my lord. I said that was a bit of a discourse.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
But just as a matter of interest.
Yes, my lord.
When you take a statement, a warning statement, you keep using the word warning statement.
Yes.
Is it not a prelude to charging somebody with an offense?
It is, my lord.
Anyway, that's how I understand the law.
It is a prelude, my lord, but in addition, the deponent will attach his signature in that form to confirm the correctness of that document, my lord.
Ukhuluma ke nge-warning statement noma ke phecelezi ke istatement la khona umxwayisayo ingaba lokho akusho ukuthi ke sekula khona umuntu athwesa icala yebo kuyiqiniso futhi ke okunye ukuthi umuntu loyo ke uyasayinda ke kuleyo form leyo.
But I think that question should rather be directed to the jurists, who one of them is myself and or the state.
Now I'm directing.
This witness is not a jurist. He's not a legal guru.
He's a policeman. There's a policeman who takes a statement.
Yes.
I'm directing it to the investigating officer. policeman who was investigating this case. Okay.
Those are legal things, my lord. As I'm saying, they'll rather be directed to the jurists, who one of them is myself, and the second one is the state. This is a witness who's just involved on the investigating side of it. I'm not so sure whether the court would then allow me the opportunity to respond to that question.
You can respond.
Let me respond, my lord. My lord, that form.
Are we arguing about forms now? I stated a principle in law that a warning statement is only taken
Yes.
by a policeman who sometimes incidentally happens to be an investigating officer
Yes.
before he charges the person.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a prelude to being charged. In other words, as I understand the law, you can't take a warning statement and then you run around with a person and you don't eventually charge him.
That does happen, my lord.
Okay, fine.
Yes. It does
You can argue that, but I was putting it to him that does he know that? He says he understands that. Okay?
There's no way, my lord, in which he can't say he understands, because exactly what the court has just done now is to confirm what he did, and which is wrong.
What do you mean it's wrong?
It is wrong. Let me explain how wrong it is.
No, you don't explain to a judge, please. You can argue against the judge.
Thank you, my lord. I will argue at the end of
I'm
this trial.
55 years in this profession.
Thank you, my lord. I will argue at the end of this trial.
Jesus.
Thank you. Not actually at the end of this trial. I'll argue when my point, when the time comes from me to make submissions to the court.
Yes.
Thank you. The issue was about you being a protagonist of that principle of good governance. Best practice, yes. Brigadier, according to you, when you dissected that principle, you said it involved the principle of fairness and objectivity, not so?
Correct, my lord.
And you are saying it is not always the case where you meet a person in the street who is a suspect, you interview him, where you will be ready to comply with all the formalities of interviewing with the suspect, because you probably would not have all the amenities or the resources to do that, not so?
I'm not sure if I put it like that, my lord, but it's close to that effect. All that I was saying is that during the course of investigation, because that's the paramount part, when during the course of the investigation you come across a suspect which you warn according to his rights, you'll give to that person, you give that person his rights in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution. I'm saying you do not have a form, and there's no requirements that before you give the right you must have the form to complete that. Now, based on what will transpire after you gave the right in terms of the Constitution to the suspect, it will then drive that discussion whether the person goes directly to the detention or certain leads are followed. And I'm saying at that stage, the forms for the warning statements are not in hand, my lord. If a suspect, that's why I made an example of a person that is being arrested for just committing a crime. The moment you arrest a person, you have to give that person his constitutional rights. And subsequent to that, question may arise to say, who was your accomplice? Who that person you were with that ran away? And a person may respond and say, Sipo, whatever name, and then he stays in Soweto. The police may elect to follow that lead. That is before the formalities, the warning statements, the 14A are actually completed. Subsequent to whatever that they've done, then the person will be detained. Thereafter, my lord, the formalities will kick in now. The detention, 14A, notice of right in terms of the Constitution of the very same right you gave that person on the street. but there was no form on the street. Now in the holding cells, there's a form. Same with the warning statement. The person gave utterances to say the person I was with is this person by name, and we can find them in this address, but there's no warning statement. Now when you prepare the person for court, you will document what the person is saying to you in a warning statement, but the discussion does not start there, my lord. It started when the person was understand, and I was explaining it in that context, my lord.
Mina ke indlela bengichaza ngayo lana ukuthi ke lokhu ukwenzekayo kuba ingxenye yophenyo, ukhulumisana nomuntu, umnikeza umchazela amalungelo akhe, uqiniseke futhi ukuthi ke uyakuzwa ke. Lokho ke la bengithi khona ke lapho ama-form awekho ngoba lo muntu uhlangene naye lona ke emgwaqweni. Kodwa ke manje kuloko kukhulumisana ke bese kuba nezinto ke ezithize akutshela zona ke ukuthi cha benginobani, uSipho uhlala eSoweto. Lakho ke manje kuqhubeka uphenyo, amapholisa aseyahamba ayakhona lapho. Umuntu ke useya eStockton. Lapho ke manje ila esekungenelela khona ke manje ama forms, ama SAP 14A, i-warning statement kanye nokunye, umnikeza lawo malungelo lawo ebukade usumtshelile ngawo vele uma uhlangana naye emgwaqweni. Kodwa ngisho ukuthi ke ayisiso sonke isikhathi la khona ke ama forms akhona.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now let us look at the circumstances under which you made accused number 1. I don't know when could you have been. Actually, let me start here. Approximately at what time? Now you said you met accused number 1 around 1900 hours in the afternoon, in the evening. Approximately at what time could Sergeant Mohula have phoned you that, hey, we've got this guy here and he seems to be making some admissions in respect of the Senzo Meyiwa case?
After 1400 hours, my lord.
Thank you.
Of the same day.
Kwakusemuva kwehora lesibili ke uma ngabe uSergeant Mkhula exhumana nami engitshela ke ukuthi ke khona ke umsolo lana futhi kukhona akusho mayelana necala leli kaSenzo.
Now you agree with me that if it's after 1400, you had almost like 3 hours before you met accused number 1, that's all.
Yes, in terms of time, there was approximately plus minus 3 hours between the time I got a call to the time I met him, my lord. That is correct.
Ungasho ukuthi ke kwakungamahora amathathu ke sukela ngesikhathi ke engathola ucingo nesikhathi ke engahlangana naye ngaso.
And when you received this information, you already know that I will have to go and have an interview with this person to find out if what Sergeant Mohula is telling me does in fact hold water, not so?
Yes, I did form the opinion that I'll have to go and meet this person and have a discussion with my lord.
Yebo ke kwaba into ke leyo ngitshela yona ke ukuthi kuzofanele ke ngiyohlangana ke nalomuntu ngixoxisane naye.
And this is not the same situation as when you fortuitously meet a suspect that is running away from a house robbery situation, you apprehend them there, and then you had to talk to them there and start the investigation there and there, not so?
No, yes, perhaps let's agree, yes, it's not a similar situation in terms of a house robbery and the situation I was faced with. But what was common, I did not know what accused number 1 will say. So you cannot therefore have preparation of things because I do not know when I give him his rights in terms of section 35, what his response will be. But secondly, and of utmost importance, I did not know personally, I have not satisfied myself into his state of mind. Should he be willing to make such admission? So I was venturing into, and I didn't know, my lord, what he was going to say. So I didn't go with full information of his state of mind, his condition, his awareness in terms of his constitutional rights, and what he will elect to do when I talk to him.
Yebo ke awungeke lokuqhathanisa noma kufaniseke nesimo la khona ke kuboshwa khona umuntu oqeda ke manje ukuthi ke abhekezeke umuzi othize, kodwa ke okusemqoka nokubalekile lana ukuthi ke yebo ke khona lokho engangikutsheliwe kodwa ke ngangasazi isimo sakhe ukuthi sikanjani ke ngokwasemqondweni, ngangingazi ukuthi futhi yini azofike angitshele yona uma ngabe ngihlangana naye. Ngalokho ke ngangeke ngilungiselele ngithi ke angilungise lokho nalokho ngingazi ukuthi sofika sikhulumeni noma athini kumina.
The similarities in the two examples, my lord, the example that I've made is that you only have information that this person has committed a crime, and based on what you have in your forehand, at your first hand, you place the person under arrest. You then give the person his rights in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution. What he will say, you don't know. And that's what will drive the discussion when he says, I was with so and so, and that person stays at that address. You can't now say, first I must go to the office and do the formalities or to the charge office. You follow that information. So you will get now to a situation which is unknown. It's the same situation. I knew, I'm being told accused one is making some form of admissions, but I did not know what he will say when I talked to him. Only when I gave him his rights in terms of the Constitution did I then start having an indication of where he was going, and subsequent to that, arrangements were made accordingly, my lord.
Lana ke okufanayo ke noma ke okuyinto eyodwa ke kulezibonelo ezimbili ukuthi ke yebo ke nangu umuntu uyatshelwa ngayo ukuthi uqeda ukwenza lokhu, uyambopha ke umnikeza amalungelo akhe ke awazi ke ukuthi yini azoqhubeka ukutshela yona. Kodwa uma seniqhubeka ke uyakutshela ke ukuthi ngibe ngikade nginobani futhi ubani uhlala kuleli kheli, awuthi ke asimi manje ngiyothatha amaform, uyaqhubeka ke ngaleyo information leyo akutshela yona ke. Nalana ke ngakulolu hlangothi lwakhe ke umsolo wokuqala ngatshelwa lokho engakutshelwa ngayo umnikeza amalungelo akhe ke. Kulokho ke kwaba khona ke okuthize noma ke akushoyo ke, ingakho ke kwase kwenziwa ke amalungiselelo lana enziwa ke kamuva ke ukuthi ke ngithole ke umuntu owayezolekelela.
And lastly, my lord, what guided me in this thing is really the interest of justice. Should I sit and believe that it was not in the best interest of justice to follow what accused number one was telling me when he is fully aware of his constitutional rights? He elects to talk freely and voluntarily without any duress. Is it really going to be in the interest of justice for me to suppress that? I don't think so, my lord. The interest of justice must be served on both sides.
Ingakho ke kufanele ke ube nesiqiniseko noma ke uqinisekiseke ukuthi ke ubulungiswa buyenziwa ke kwenziwa inhlangothi zombili ke, kodwa ungabheka uhlangothi olodwa ke ukuthi uma ngabe kukhona ke lokhu noma khona kutshela kona ke kodwa uyabona ukuthi cha akusibona ke ubulungiswa lobuzabe kwenziwa la, awuqhubekeki ke nokuthi ke ukwenze lokho.
That's my response, my lord.
Iyona ke impendulo yami leyo.
Brigadier, in the 3 hours that you had before you met accused number one, you had ample opportunity to prepare yourself for the interview, and if the resources that you needed to take with, you had ample opportunity to do that, not so?
No, my lord, but prepare for what? Because I'm going to an unknown, uncharted waters. I prepare for what? When I do not know what the person will tell me, what do I prepare for, my lord? Because you make preparation based on the knowledge. You have knowledge. You first have to have a first-hand knowledge, then you make necessary preparations. All I knew, with no details, is that accused one is making some form of accusation. I did not even know what is it that he's saying. What do I prepare for, my lord? The preparation I've made was that to these members, as and when they decide now to move from the Tembisa area to East Rand, because as I said earlier, my lord, I was told that this is the first charge they've arrested him with. They are conducting investigation, and they mentioned the charge of unlicensed firearm in my recollection. But then they'll be moving to Phosphorus. Then I decided that as they move to Phosphorus, then they should then engage me, and then we'll meet at the police station. That's what I've arranged. I could not have prepared better without knowing what the accused will tell me, my lord.
Lapho ke ngangingazi noma uma advocate uthi ke kwakufanele ukuthi ke khona ke ngayilungiselela kona, ngangizoyilungiselani ngoba ke akukho enganginako noma engangikwazi ngaphandle kwalokho engakutshelwa ukuthi khona kuthizeni akushoyo umsolo wakhe, futhi bengitshela ke ukuthi ke kwakuyingxenye yophenyo lwabo ukuthi babe sethembisa ke khona ke ngakutshelwa mayelana necala lesibhamu esingekho emthethweni. Ngathi ke uma ngabe senisuka ke lapho ethembisa seniya manje ke eEast Rand, yilapho ke ngicela sihlangane khona epolice station yase Phosphorus. Akukho ke engangizolungisela kona ngoba akukho ngatshelwa nje ukuthi khona kushoyo, kodwa imininingwane yalokho angizange ngiyitshele.
Anything further, Brigadier?
I think I've said what I wanted to say so far, my lord.
Thank you. Now, you arrived at, and in fact, it was your instruction that that you would want to meet Sergeant Mukhula and accused number 1 and the entire entourage at Vosloorus police station, not so?
It is correct about Vosloorus police station, my lord, but perhaps let me say yes, the Vosloorus police station, and I'll deal perhaps with the next follow-up, my lord.
Yebo ngathi ukuthi kuhlanganeke police station Vosloorus yebo wabo ilokho ke ekwa esavumelana ngakho noma engakusho.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, you are in the precinct of Vosloorus police station. You are a high-ranking police officer, and you know that by virtue of being such a high-ranking police officer, you yourself were well positioned to receive admissions from the accused and or confessions from the accused, not so?
Yes, in terms of my rank, my lord, I did know that I'm regarded as Justice of the Peace, and yes, as such, I can take confessions and admissions, my lord. That I knew.
Yebo ngangikwazi-ke lokho ukuthi ngokwesikhundla sami-ke ukuthi-ke ngiyangivumela-ke ukuthi uma kuwukuthi-ke uyagonyuluka lokho ngingakuthatha-ke kuyena kanye futhi nama-admissions phecelezi-ke uma ngabe khona akuvumayo ngangazi ukuthi ngesikhundla sami ngivumelekile-ke ukuthi ngingakwenza lokho.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now you're armed with that knowledge. You're armed with that knowledge, but despite that knowledge, Brigadier, you decide to go and have this interview with accused number 1 empty-handed.
No, my lord. I think I've really explained this point with greatest respect of witness over and over again. That I did not know the contents of what was said by accused number 1 to Sergeant Mukhula. Discussion didn't go that far. Admissions or confessions, for one to make a determination of whether these are admissions or confession, you need to know the details. You need to have knowledge of the information. I did not have that. I did not speak to accused number 1 even telephonically. I didn't know how he looked like and what is his state of mind. How do I make preparation when I don't know that, my lord? That is why I felt that as part of my investigation, I will go to him and I will start with the paramount prerequisite of the procedure. That is his constitutional rights. Because if he understands these rights and he still elects to speak freely and voluntarily, that direction will then flow from there. If he says, I understand and I don't want to implicate myself, that is the end. So how do I make preparations when I do not know the person I'm going to meet, what will elect? And I don't know, I didn't have the knowledge, my lord.
Lana-ke ngicabanga ukuthi lokho-ke ngikushilo-ke ngikusho-ke futhi ngenkulu-ke inhlonipho ukuthi-ke kade-ke ngichaza ngikusho-ke lokhu ukuthi-ke okokuqala ngangaze ngihlangane naye umsolo wokuqala ngangamazi-ke nokuthi ubuke kanjani isimo sakhe-ke ngokwasemqondweni ukuthi sikanjani. Manje-ke kwisimo esikanjalo ngiyilungiselela kanjani ukuthi-ke ngiya laphayana ngiphethe lokhu nalokhu. Yebo ngitsheliwe ukuthi kukhona-ke akuvumayo noma kushoyo, kodwa imininingwane yalokho ngangayitsheliwe. So ngangazi-ke ukuthi uma ngifika lapho-ke yini azofike ayisho.
And lastly, my lord, that is why it took my engagement with accused number 1 for me to satisfy myself that he was making confessions freely and voluntarily and without any undue influence in sober senses. That only after that did I then activate Colonel Mboto when he said he was willing to make a statement freely and voluntarily to an independent office. With this knowledge now that I just referred to, that is why I was able now to move to the second part of trying to find an officer, because I was equipped with knowledge of what is said to me, what is his state of mind, and his understanding of the rights. I could not make such arrangement prior to that, my lord.
Manje ke yingakho ke lokho ke kwase kungithatha ke manje sekungidlulisela ke kwisigaba esilandelayo ke ngoba manje ke kukhona ke engangisengikwazi engangisengikutsheliwe uyena ke umsolo wakhe kodwa ngaphambilini kwalokho akukho engangingakwenza ngoba akunalutho engangikwazi ikona ke lokho manje kuholele ekuthini ke ngikwazi ke ukuthi ke ngithole elinye iphoyisa noma ngithole omunye ke umuntu ongasiyona ingxenye yophenyo lokho ke kwaholela kuyena uKenneth Mbotho.
That's my response, my lord.
Brigadier, you may be excused for having had not known that when you go and talk to accused number one, there's something that you needed to take along with you. You may be excused for that. But you start the process of talking to accused number one, you hear what is it that is got to say. You don't say to number one, "Hey, look, Sbi, now this is getting very serious. That information it's serious." You don't go get into the police station, which was just a few steps away from you, and say, "Sbia, wait a minute, in this red Golf, I'm going to get a formal document where I'm going to document whatever that you are going to say to me." You don't do that, not so.
But my lord, the person says to me in the midst of engaging him, "I am prepared to make this confession to an independent police officer." Now I go to the police station to get the form to do what? Because then I'm changing what he just told me. I've said, in terms of the best practice rule, it's advisable that someone independent document this confession. Now, if then I go in subsequent to him alerting me that he's willing to make a confession, a statement rather, to an independent person, free and voluntary, then I take the form and then now he must give me through, and then I'm taking the confession, my lord. It defeats exactly the same principle of getting someone independent, because if I take the form and I document what he's telling me, then I'm taking down the confession, which is what I'm saying. Because of this best practice rule, it is advisable that someone not involved takes the confession. Now if the suggestion is that I should have done it, that would have defeated that purpose, because that would have amounted me taking a formal confession from accused number one.
Uqeda ukuthi noma uthi ke kumina ukuthi ngimisele ukuthi ke ngigonyulukeke noma ngisenze le statement lesi ke kumuntu ke oyimele noma ke umuntu ongasiyona ke ingxenye yophenyo kulona ke lecala. Manje mina sengiyahamba ngingena e-police station ngithatha iform ngiyabuya ke ngizobhala phansi lokho akushoyo. Lokho ke manje sekuphikisana ke nalokho aqeda ukusho yena kumina ukuthi uyimisela ukuthi lokho akwenze komunye umuntu. Mina sengithatha i-confession noma sengibhala phansi ke i-statement mina ke noma sibhalwa yimina, manje akusenziwa yilo muntu lo athi yena uyimisele ukuthi akwenze kuyena.
That's my response, my lord.
Thank you, Brigadier. I feel a bit compelled again to give you a bit of a discourse, because you really don't understand these things. And I'm saying this with the greatest respect that I have for you and the South African police services. You really don't understand these things. This is how it works. There was nothing on that day that barred you from taking down what accused number one told you. You had all the rights, even if you're a constable, Brigadier, for that matter. Even if you're a constable, there was nothing wrong that barred you from taking down everything that accused person said to you in terms of the form that is prescribed by SABC. However, because of the fact that you are a protagonist of the best practice rule, then you would have said to accused, look, I know that I've taken down this thing, but because I'm involved in the investigation of this case, I am going to request somebody very neutral to come and talk to you. Are you then prepared to repeat what you have told me that I've written down in this form, which you have signed? Are you prepared to do that? Then accused would say, yes, I'm prepared, or I'm not prepared to do that. So that is just a bit of a discord. That is how it happens. Even if you're a constable, there was nothing wrong that stopped you from taking down that confession.
My lord,
That is not correct. That is not what the law says.
Yeah, you're right. Constable can't take a confession.
I'm not. Okay, you can answer.
No, I'm just
respond to
stating
the
it
two
as law
submissions,
that a constable who is obviously not a commissioned officer and a justice of the peace,
Yes.
you can't take a confession.
No, my lord. A constable is well positioned to take down what this accused person says to him. However, then a constable will go to his branch commander and say, "Branch commander, I have received this information from a constable. From a suspect, which to me amounts to a confession. But because I am a constable, it won't be admitted at court. So can you then please arrange for a commissioned officer to come and retake down what this person told me?"
But you're talking to a colonel with about 30 years, 29 years or 25 years of experience.
The principle is still the same, my lord.
Okay, fine.
As I'm saying,
okay, fine. That's not what the law says. You can continue.
It's a misleading.
No, you can continue. That's not what the law says. Continue.
so
Brigadier, the law simply says, because you are a commissioned officer, there's nothing that stopped you from taking that confession. However, in order to give credibility to the process, because you were involved with the investigation of the case, you would not have been perceived as a neutral person, hence the intervention of Mboto. That is how the process works.
So, my lord,
That is from 1939.
All right, let's start with the last part. The last part is what I've been saying all along, my lord.
Yes. Is that so?
What you're saying is what I've been saying.
Okay.
I think we're aligned with the last part of Advocate Mnisi's position, because I've been saying, me as a colonel, my lord, at that time, because I was an officer, I was allowed in terms of the act to take confessions, but because of the best practice to take the position of neutrality and objectivity, you try to get someone neutral so that whatever that is contained in the statement is tested or seen to be objective.
Okay.
There we are aligned. Where we differ is when he says, when I went to interview the suspect or have a discussion with the suspect in the course of my investigation, I should have went with forms prepared. There we differ. I don't think that is correct. Secondly, when he says it is law, I'm not so sure whether I understand Advocate Mnisi correctly to say it is the law prescribed that when you interview a suspect, and that's where you use the constable, that it tells you it's a requirement, and before you activate the independent person, you must document what the person or the suspect is telling you before you activate this independent person. If my understanding is correct, then I disagree with him. That's not how it's done. I completely disagree. You interview, and perhaps let me start with the constable. A constable, my lord, even if he or she documents what the accused is telling him, that document is inadmissible. It's not worth the piece of paper that it's not going to be accepted, because you have to be a commissioned officer, and then as a result, you then have the same rights as the magistrate, as being regarded as the justice of the peace. So the constable, it's out when it comes to confessions. But coming back to the issue of whether, when an accused person makes a confession to you, to me in this instance, as a commissioned officer, I'm not aware of the provision that says before I refer him to Colonel Mboto, I must document what he's telling me in black and white, and then read it to him and ask him if he's prepared to take it to the other side. I'm not aware of that requirement. In fact, there is no such requirement, my lord, if one needs to be frank.
Angiqale kuleyo gcina kashilo uadvocate Mnisi ukuthi ke lapho ke ilento kade ngisho ke sonke isikhathi ukuthi vele mina ke ngabona ukuthi ke akufanele ukuthi mina kube yimina obhala phansi noma othatha ke le statement kuyena ke umsolwa, ngoba ke kwakufanele kube umuntu omunye ongasiyona ingxenye yalo uphenyo. Futhi ke okunye akushilo ke ukuthi ke lo uma ngabe uyokwenza inhlolo khona nomsola kufanele njalo ngaso sonke isikhathi ube namaphepha noma ke ama documents onawo kuwena ke lokho ke angikwazi wabe esenza ke isibonelo ngaye uconstable lokho ke ukuthi ke uconstable abhale phansi uma sebhalile lokho phansi akudluliseleke kuloyo omphethe lokho ke bengeke kusebenze lelo phepha nje bekuzofana ukuthi ke nje ayikho kwaleyo nto ebhaliwe ke kulokho ke okunye futhi ke lana egcineni ke ukuthi mina ngabe ngibhale phansi lokho engitshelwa uyena ke umsolwa ngaphambi kokuthi ngikudlulisele kumbotho bese ngiyamfundela umsolwa ngithi uyavumelana yini nalokho ingabe uyimisele yini ukuthi ukuphinde komunye umuntu angiyazi nje ukuthi ke ikhona into eshoyo ebhaliwe phansi esho lokho.
Lastly, my lord, on the issue of a constable, why the statement taken by a constable will not stand the first step as it moves from that discussion or that office. As and when you give rights to the accused person, one of the things that you need to say is to indicate your rank, and you must be an officer, because then you will say, I'm a captain, I'm a lieutenant colonel, or whatever officer's rank that you hold. And then you have to explain that this rank is a commissioned officer's rank, and as a result, you are regarded as justice of the peace, and therefore you hold the same right as the magistrate when he makes such confessions to you and such evidence that can be used against him. How is the constable going to equate to that justice of the peace? Because he is not an officer, or he or she is not an officer. So that will not suffice, my lord. That the issue of the constable taking a confession really will, I don't see how you can make it right, because how do you pass this part of the justice of the peace?
Kuloka kushilo futhi ke advocate Mnisi mala nesikhundla noma irank ye constable ngoba ke uma ngabe uzethula wena ke nake umuntu ohlangana naye noma ukhulumisana naye kufanele usho ke irank yakho ke uyi constable uyi captain uyi lieutenant colonel ke la khona ke lawo ma rank lawo ke ila akunikeza ke imvume ke noma negunya ke lokuthi ukwazi ke ukuthi uthathe istatement ezithizeni noma ke ama confessions usho ke ukuthi ke lokho ke kukunikeza ke ukuthi ke ulinganeke nayo ke imanje noma ke umagistrate manje ke uma uyi constable ke ikubeka kuphi ke kulawo ma ranks lawo ukuthi wena ke usungathatha I confession noma ke la umuntu agonyuluka khona.
That's my response, my lord.
Brigadier, let me wrap up my discourse. This is just the discourse. Section 317 is very specific. It says a statement that is 217, not 317. I'm talking about the confession things. 217, it says that statement will then become admissible at court if it is repeated in the presence of a commissioned officer, if it has been taken down by a constable, if it has not been repeated down in the presence, or if it has not been repeated in the presence of a commissioned officer, it will remain a statement of a constable. But there is nothing in the Act that says a constable can't take that statement. There is nothing in the law that says you, as an investigating officer, for instance, in this case, you should not have taken down a statement from him.
No, we agree so far as me being a commissioned officer, my lord, as I said, that nothing barred me from taking the confession. But before you get to that point, my lord, the constitutional rights of the accused are paramount. And one, that's why I said you can't separate these two. You can't go to for example, accused number one and say, give me a confession. That's not how it works, because then you are violating the accused's constitutional rights. You start this side first on the issues of the constitutional rights and his understanding of these rights and what he elects to do. In that process, you need to look at his level of sobriety and his understanding of what is going on. Upon that part being cleared, then that is when you will move to the part of the confession, and that is where now the best practice rule I said, my lord, I took at that stage to say it will not be advisable for me to take the confession, because now I'm sitting with an individual which I'm convinced he has made a confession, he understands his right, he is willing to make such to an independent officer who is not involved in this matter. I took the position, my lord, of the best practice rule to say, let me get someone independent to document this for the sake of objectivity and fairness on both sides. Because even for him, my lord, he can then be comfortable to say whatever he needs to say to this person without any fear of reprisals, because I will not be there, my members will not be there. And that is why also, earlier, my lord, I asked the members to move away after they introduced to me, because I wanted to create this environment of accountability for the accused. And that really what formed me up to the time Kenyan Bote took the confession, came on board and took the confession from the accused.
Ngangeke ngikwenze lana ukuthi ke ngifike kuyena ke umsolo bese ngithi ke kuyena ke nikezeke i-confession noma gonyuluka ke engikwenzayo ukuthi ke ngifike kuyena ke ngimchazeleke ukuthi ke amalungelo akhe ngokomgaqo sisekelo ukuthi ke athini ke ngibe nesiqinisekiso futhi sokuthi ke uyawezwa ke noma ukuthi ke kucacileke lokho kuyena ke akukho angakuzwa kukona, bese ke ukusukela lapho ke manje ila esesindlulela khona kwisigaba sesibili ke la esekhuluma khona noma esegonyuluka khona ke ila khona ke sesindlulela ke manje ku Kenyan Boto noma ila khona ngishilo ke ukuthi yebo mina ngangakwazi ke ukwenza, ngangingakwazi ukuthi ngikwenze lokho, kodwa ke ngathatha isinqumo sokuthi cha akube elinye iphoyisa elingasiyona ingxenye yalo uphenyo. Ingakho naseqaleni ngathi emuva kokuthi ke amaphoyisa la engabafica enaye bese bengethulileke kuyena ke ngabacela ukuthi ke ake nje basishiyeke khona lapho ukwenzela ke ukuthi naye ke abe nokukhululeka abanako.
That's my response, my lord.
Brigadier, why did you avoid to have this interview with accused number 1 in the building of the police station?
No, my lord, it's not a question of avoidance. As I've said, and I need to go back because that's what I've said previously, even when Mr. Mgomezo was still on board, I've said the members, my lord, meaning Sergeant Mkola, that team, they were en route to Fosloras on investigation of the matter they were pursuing on accused number 1. That was the direction they were on to. That is why I asked them to meet me at Fosloras police station, because it was on their route. Now, when I met them, my lord, the knowledge I had is that he was making some form of admission, not the contents, and I needed to hear whether he is going to, whether he understands his rights and what is it that he needs to tell me insofar as this matter, freely and voluntarily, if such is being made. I had no knowledge, my lord, so it wasn't a question of saying I'm avoiding the offices of Fosloras. If I was fully equipped with knowledge, my lord, I would have called him straight to Ereton, straight directly where we went to. I would have said he must come to Ereton, and then I start making arrangements from Ereton. I drove to Fosloras because I did not know what accused number 1 will tell me after I make him aware of his rights and what he would elect to do. It was only when I was satisfied that he understands his right and he wants to make a confession that I then said, let's redirect the whole route and drive to Ereton while I try to find an officer. So I could not have made an arrangement without knowledge, my lord.
Kwakungasikona ke ukuthi ke cha angifuni ukuthi ngisebenzise ama office ase police station laphayana, ngishilo ke ukuthi uma ngaba ngishayelwa ke ucingo ngitshelwa ke ngalokhu ukuthi babe sendleleni eya khona ke eFosloras kuyingxenye yophenyo, ingakho ke ngathi asihlanganeni khona ke eFosloras ngizokhuluma naye ngimtshela amalungelo akhe uma ngithola ke ukuthi ngempela ke amalungelo engimchazela wona uyawezwa futhi ke ayikho nje inkinga anayo ke ngalokho bese ke siyaqhubeka ke ngangingazi ukuthi wayezongiphendula athini ke emuva kwalokho engangikutsheliwe mina ukuthi ke uyakusho kubona uma kuukuthi ke nganginemininingwane ephelele ngangeke ngithi asiye nokuya eFosloras ngangizothi ke akalethwe noma ke akasiwe khona ke eEreton bese ngiyaqala ke lapho manje ke ngifuna umuntu owayezosiza ngaso leso statement leso.
That's my response, my lord.
Thank you, Brigadier. It's very simple. The reason why you avoided to take accused just a few steps and get into the door of the offices of the police station is because you wanted to keep him in isolation. In other words, you wanted to keep him exclusively under your mercy.
No, but what makes my lord? I disagree. Accused number 1 was arrested in Tembisa. I was not there, so I'm not sure what Mace is being referred to. When I got a report that is making some form of admissions, I was not with him. It was not directly. If the control is referring to the police, then I can agree because I'm part of the police service. But if the control refers to me directly, that is incorrect because I met him in Phosphorus. We had this discussion. After this discussion, my lord, when I said we must change direction, I informed the members that they must move now to Eraton. He didn't drive with me in my car. The members drove with him in the same official vehicle to Eraton, and that is where I made my arrangement with Mr. Monaring, Constable Monaring, to avail himself, after I found Kenel Mboto, to transport him to Kenel Mboto for a confession. So even at Eraton, when he had arrived, after the arrangements were made, he was handed over to Constable Monaring. That's not my control. If the extension is to say because we are police officers by extension, then there I agree. But there was no fear of that. I want him to be on me. I don't understand why would I do that, my lord. But there were exchange of members in the hands of accused number 1 leading up to Kenel Mboto, because even Constable Munaring handed him over to Kenel Mboto, and then Kenel Mboto documented the confession and handed him back. So it wasn't my full control, and that is if the control is referring to me directly.
Uma kuukuthi ke uma ngangimfunyela nje kumina ke ukuthi abe ngaphansi kwami ke angeke ngivumelane ke nalokho, kodwa uma ukusho lokho ke uhlanganisa ke ukuthi amaphoyisa ngoba vele ke ngilona ke noma ngiyingxenye ke yayo South African Police Service, lokho ngizovumelana ke nakho. Noma sekuhanjwa ke sekuyiwa manje eEraton, akahambanga noma akagibelanga ke kule imoto eyishayelwa yimina, wahamba ngaleyo moto leyo ayefike ngayo ekuyimoto yamaphoyisa. Mase kufika ke khona ke eEraton wase endlulisela kuyena Constable Munareng, ekuyena owamthatha ke wamusa kuyena ke uKenel Mboto. Emuva kwalokho uKenel Mboto wabe sembuyisela ke. Uma kuukuthi ke uthi ke ngaphansi kwami ngoba singamaphoyisa, lokho ngizovumelana ke, kodwa uma uthi ngangimfuna nje ukuthi abe kumina ke ngicha, lokho angeke ngivumeke lapho.
Now when I say you, Brigadier, I am referring to yourself and your team. You were working in tandem. In other words, you were working as a team. What they were doing there, it was an extension of yourself, and what you're doing, it was an extension of your other team members. So understand me to say you to mean your team, that is the entire team that was involved in his arrest. Do you understand?
I understand what is being put to me, but I'm not sure if I agree with that. My understanding, my lord, is that what the members were doing, it was in the course of investigation, which was justified in terms of the law. That's my understanding. Kenel Mboto was not part of the team who then received accused number 1 at the end to dispose this confession that we're talking about. So on those bases, I cannot agree, my lord.
Uma ubeka ngaleyo ndlela ke usho ukuthi sihlanganisa mina ke namaphoyisa ke, angeke ngikuvumeke lokho ngoba ke lamaphoyisa lana ayeqhubeka noma ayenza uphenyo lwawo. Base ukuthi uma sendlulisela kuyena ke uKenel Mboto wayengayona ke ingxenye yalethimba leli ke elaliphenya, yena ke kwakuwukuthi nje athathe ke istatement lesi sokugonyuluka sasenzwa uyena umsolwa. Ngaleyo ndlela ke lapho angeke ngivumelane nabo.
But further to this, my lord, I forgot this important part. The SWAT team, the Constable Munaring that I phoned, they were there to provide security support to the investigation team. They were not part of the investigation team in terms of investigating. Their role really was to give support to the investigation and escort, of course, when accused person will be moved from point A to point B.
Okunye ke futhi ngicabanga ukuthi ke kusemqoka ke ngakushilo ukuthi ke amaphoyisa lana ke ebizwa ngokuthi ke iSWAT, wona ke babengasiyona ingxenye yophenyo, kodwa ke ekwaboke lapha phecelezi kuloko bizwa ukuthi escort ukuphelekezela ke nokuthi futhi ke banikezeleke ngokuvikeleka ke kuthimba leli eliphenyayo uma ngabe umsola esuswa endaweni ethize esendluliselwa kwenye.
That's my response, my lord.
Brigadier, I wonder if you just heard yourself what you said. You're saying the SWAT members were there only to provide security and escort and not to be part of the investigation. Is that what you're saying?
My lord, yes. I'm saying SWAT the SWAT team is an elite unit. It's a tactical unit that through the memorandum of understanding, and I think I obtained a statement to that effect, that they were providing security because of the skills, the level of training they have, to the investigation team as and when they were doing escort. But yes, you in the midst of the escort, like for example, I've utilized Constable Monareng to transport accused number 1 from Eraton to Kenelimboto precisely because they had the necessary skills to deal with violent situation should we be confronted with such. So the SWAT became involved with the investigation team because of their elite training in escort and providing security during the course of investigation.
Yebo ilokho engikushoyo ke ukuthi ke ngenxa ke yoqeqesho abalithola ke laba beSwati ke ukuthi ke bona ke benza lokho phicelezi ke kubizwa ngokuthi ke escort uphelekezela amaphoyisa noma ke ithimba eliphenyayo nokunikeza futhi ke ngokuvikeleka ke kulabo ekuyibona abaphenya icala ke kodwa ke base nanjengoba ngishilo ke lana ukuthi yena ke uMonareng wase esiza ke nomelekelela ukuthi athathe umsolwa amhambise amsekiyena ke uKennel Mbotho. Lokho ngikwenza ke ngenxa yokuthi ke bona ke baqeqeshiwe ke kwizimo ezithize uma kungenzeka ke ukuthi lezo zimo lezo sibe nokuhlangana nazo.
Not to say, my lord, because I don't want to be misunderstood, to say now I'm saying they were prohibited to do any police duties that came their way, and that is why I made an example of Constable Monareng, where I asked him to take accused number 1 to Kennel Mbotho for the purpose of a confession.
Hayi ukuthi ke ngoba ngifuna ukuthi ke ngingazwakali ke ngendlela ekuyiyona, hayi ukuthi ke babe nqatshelwa ke noma ke bevinjwa ke ukuthi ke benzeke umsebenzi ke ohlangeneke nophoyisa ke uma kuukuthi ke isidingo sikhona sokuthi kwenzeke lokho. Ngakho ke uMonareng ngase ngimcela ke ukuthi ke ahambise yena ke umsolwa ukuthi ayohlangana naye uKennel Mbotho.
That's my response, my lord.
So it therefore is wrong for you to say that they were not part of the investigation.
No, it's not wrong, my lord. I think maybe Advocate Minister, let me explain it. So the SWAT, it's a uniform team. They wear uniform. We are detectives. We don't wear uniform in the course of our daily duties, my lord. SWAT is an elite unit trained to deal with volatile situation. That is their skills. They came on board to support the team, not only in this matter, even in various matters, my lord, insofar as the escort and protection, be it of investigators and the people that we are dealing with, because of their skills. But during the course of investigation, if they needed to do certain things, because in terms of the Police Act, they are police officers, they will be utilized, my lord. But their main function was not to take, that's why if you can look at all these volumes that are before court, it's more than 10 volumes, my lord, you'll never find a single statement taken by the member of the SWAT team, because they were not investigators. They were there to provide support. That was the role really that they came in to do.
Engikushoyo ke lana ukuthi ke yebo lama members ke eSWAT ngoba ke bona ke bathole uqeqeshwa ke ngendlela ke ethize ke bona ke okwabo ukuthi ke baphelekezele noma phecelezi ke escorta nokuthi banikezeke ukuvikeleka kwithimba leli eliphenyayo. Kodwa ke ngokomthetho ke wamaphoyisa noma ke iPolice Act yebo bona bayibona ke amaphoyisa futhi kunye ke bona ke bagqoka ke umfathwana ke wasesiphoyiseni noma ke iuniform yasesiphoyiseni. Thina ke nanjengama detectives iuniform asiyifaki, kodwa ke lokho akusho ukuthi uma ngabe khona ke lapho kudingeka ukuthi balekelele noma basize khona ke abangeke basizwe nanjengoba kwenzeka ke lana kuyena uMonareng. Kodwa ke uma ungabheka ke onke ke lama file alana ke phambi kwenkantolo adlululeke kwishumi noma ke ku10, akukho la uzothola khona ke istatement esenziwe ibona noma ke umunye wamaswati ngoba ke abasiyona ingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo.
That's my response, my lord.
It is therefore, Brigadier, misleading of you to say, therefore, on the basis of that explanation, to say that they were not part of the investigating team.
No, it's not. No, it's not misleading, my lord. My understanding, and unless my understanding and that of Advocate Mnisi is not the same, we dealt with the mandate that was given by the National Commissioner when the investigation team was appointed. I went through the names on the previous occasions with Advocate Mnisi to say it was myself and the other 3 members. We went through them by names. And I said, in addition to that, the members of the cold case team, that is Sergeant Moholo and Mohane, formed part of that. But there was also a support from crime intelligence, and the instrumental part there was the late Sergeant Mabena as a support. But the investigation team, as per the appointment, we dealt with it. So I can't now come and say, because then what it means then the National Commission appointed the SWAT to be part of this investigation. That's not my understanding of the investigation team. They did form part of the investigation insofar as the tactical skills that they came with, as much as Sergeant Mabena came on the intelligence side. He was assisting in intelligence, not necessarily the investigation. The detectives were the ones, my lord, that were zooming into the investigation. And that is why, sorry my lord to be explaining this because I wanted to be clear, that is why at the beginning, when I was talking to advocate, or rather under cross-examination by Advocate Mnisi, I have said, all 4 of us members who were appointed to deal with this case at the time, before there was a separation, copies were made to each and every member of the investigation to go and analyze the docket and come up with a way forward as to what really transpired. That was right at the beginning. Those copies were given to the investigators that were appointed. None of such copies were given to SWAT, my lord, because they were not part of the investigation. So I'm answering it in that context.
Ukuphendula ke lokho ukuthi ke bengakhulumi ke iqiniso ke uma ngithi ke iSWAT engayona ingxenye yethimba eliphenyayo akusibona ke ukuthi bengakhuluma iqiniso. iSWAT ke bona ke babelekelela njengoba ngishilo ke ngoba bengishilo kwaseqaleni uma ngakikhuluma lokho naye ke uadvocate Mnisi ukuthi sengibabala ke abantu ucommissioner ekuyibona ababiza ke ukuthi ababe ibona abaphenya lecala kwakuyimina kanye nabanye ke abathathu ngibashilo ke ngibashilo ngamagama eqaleni ukuthi sanikezwa ke umuntu ngamunye ukuthi si-4 wanikezwa ke idocket noma ke icopy ukuthi ahambe ayofunda abhekeke ukuthi yini ke singenza kanjani ke ukuthi siye phambili ke nalo lecala leli lawo makopi lawo akaze anikezwe ke kulaba beSWAT.
That's my response, my lord.
Thank you, Brigadier. Back to the reason why you avoided to take accused number 1 into the police offices. The second reason was you would not have been able, when I say you, I mean you and your team, in that understanding. The assault that has been happening to him, as per his testimony in evidence, in his evidence in chief in a trial within a trial, that would have been hampered by the presence of the police who would have been there at the police station. In other words, you would not have been able to perpetuate that assault that was happening to him in the presence of the police at that police station. That's why you avoided to take him into the offices of First Lawrence Police Station.
So, my lord, the first discourse I disagree, as I've given the reason, and I strongly disagree with the second one as well, of the assault. And my recollection, my lord, of what was put to me by the late Mr. Mgomezulu, there was no assertion that said, and that was a time when we were dealing with the trial within trial, that accused number 1 was assaulted in my presence. It's a new now submission that I'm hearing. I was not told, because I remember there was a time where I wanted to know specifically from the late Mr. Mgomezulu whether is the assertion saying I was part of the assault or accused number 1 was assaulted in my presence. The answer was no. Now, if I'm being told that I avoided going to the office because he's going to be assaulted in my presence, that's something new, my lord. It is not true, but that's not what was put, unless now that version is changing now, my lord. And I don't know now, it is not correct, my lord. But it's a two contradicting version. I was not told that I was present when accused number 1 was assaulted previously.
Kuloko kwesibili ke ukuthi ke isizathu noma imbangela ke yokuthi ke singangeni noma singayike kuma office ngoba ke lokho ke manje kwakuzovimba ke ukuthi ke ukushaywa lokho bekade ekhuluma ngakho sonke isikhathi umsolo wakhe wangeke kwenzekeke lapha ngoba kwakuzoba namanye amaphoyisa ke manje kuloko kumina ke sekuba indida ke noma ke okubili manje okwahlukeleke ngoba ke ngisakhumbula ke esekhona ke yena ke uMr Mngomezulu ngoba ngabuza ke ukuthi ke uma ekhuluma ngokushaywa umsebenzi washaywa mina noma ke washaywa ngikhona wasephendula ke kulokho ke wathi cha akaze ashaywe ngikhona ke kodwa uma manje sekushintsha ke lokho kuthi ke mina ke ngangingafuni ungena emahhovisi ngoba ngakuvimba ngoma lokho kwakuzokwenza ukuthi ke angasohluleka ukuthi ashaywe sekuyindida ke kumina lokho ngoba into ezimbili ezahlukene lezo.
My Lord, I recall that in my response I even said I agree that I was not there when he was arrested, and obviously there's very little that I can say. However, what I can say is that when he was with me, he did not say to me he was assaulted, and I did not see any visible injuries. But I took it further to say, in having a difficulty to understand it, is that even later when he was detained, when I had an opportunity now to collect the occurrence books, which we dealt with in this court, I could not find a single entry which indicated that at certain stage, when he was booked in Valeria now for detention, he was booked with injuries, or whether when he was visited hourly, it is a requirement that he once reported this alleged assault that took place in Tembisa, because that's what was put to me. And I seem to be hearing now that I was avoiding the assault that was taking place now in my presence, unless I'm misunderstanding. But if that is the case, my Lord, then that's why I'm saying I'm having a difficulty now of reconciling these two versions, my Lord.
Nkathi ke eboshwa umsola ngangekho ke manje ke kuncane ke engakusho ke ngalokho kodwa ke ngesikhathi enganginaye hlezi naye ngixoxe ngikhulumisana naye ke akukho ke akusho ke kumina ke ukuthi ke washaywa angizange ngibone ke ukuthi khona ukulimala okwakubonakala ke nangalesikhathi ke manje esehamba ke eya khona ke noma ke ema police station noma eValeria se nanjengoba umuntu njalo ngehora kufanele ke ayobhekwa ke nami sengiya khona ke ngiyothatha incwadi noma ke ama occurrence book la ase police station akukho nokodwa engakubona la ekubhalwe khona ke ukuthi ke wabika noma ke wabatshela ke ukuthi washaywa manje lokhu ke lokhu okwashiwo qala naloko kushiwayo sekuyinto ezimbili ke manje ezahlukene.
Lastly, my Lord, also when I received, I think in a day or two, the confession document from Colonel Mboto, there was no entry where a question was put to accused number one, whether he was assaulted and by who and under what circumstances did he say he was assaulted. So that is how I dealt with it insofar as the previous occasion. But as I said, it was in relation to what was put to me. And my position still stands with what I've put on record, my Lord. But if the assertion is that now I was involved, that is absolutely not correct, my Lord.
Okunye okugcina ke futhi uma sengithola ke istatement ke noma lesi sophunyulo ka ke sasibhalwe uyena uKenneth Mbotho kumbuzo ke owahlonywa kuyena ke umsolwa ke la abuzwa khona uyena uKenneth Mbotho ukuthi washaywa yini uma kuukuthi washaywa ubani ngaphansi kwaziphi izimo ke la aphendule khona ke asho ukuthi ke washaywa akukho la engakubona khona noma engakuthola khona lokho ilokho ke ngakusho ngaleso sikhathi kodwa manje uma sekushintshwa ke kubekwa ngalendlela ke ngisamileke lokho ukuthi ngoba ke akushiwo ngaphambili ukuthi ngangikhona noma washaywa ngikhona.
That's my response, my Lord.
Thank you, Brigadier. Don't rush and speak about Mboto. We're still coming to Mboto. We're still at First Loras Police Station. We're still coming to Mboto. Now, Brigadier, this is what accused person would come and say in relation to his treatment there where you found him at the parking lots of First Loras Police Station. This is what you come and say that from the shack, no, let me not say the shack, from the room that he was renting with his uncle, where allegedly some ammunition was found. They then drove off. then realized that upon the way they took, he realized that they were on the N3 highway, N3 November 3 highway. Then there and there, at some point, they then took an off-ramp that got into the township of Vosloorus. Are we to get up to this far?
Yes, we are, my lord.
Thank you.
Uthi ke noma ilokhu ke azozokusho ke umsolwa ukuthi ke ukusuka kulona ke iroom noma ke ikamera ke leli ayelenta kanye naye ke umalume wakhe la ekwatholakala khona ke inhlamvu noma ke ibhamu ukuthi base isuka ke noma isuka lapho ke imoto hamba ngaye u-N3 highway yase kunala ijika khona ke ingena kulona ke ilokishi lase Vosloorus.
Now, as they drove with him, remember this time you're still not there when. As they drove with him, they drove to some municipality area that is known around that place as a golden spot or as a gold spot. Apparently it's a complex that houses the police station, the municipal offices. There are also offices of Home Affairs there. There are also traffic cop offices, but it's just a complex. Then they drove to that spot or that area which is known as Gold Spot.
I am following, my lord.
Ngiyalandela noma ngihamba nawe ke uma usho ke ukuthi base besuka ke lapho beya kwindawo ke yakwamasipala ebizwa ngokuthi ke i-Gold Spot inamahhovisi ke ahlukahlukene ke naba Home Affairs bakhona ke lapha amahhovisi amaphoyisa.
Now they then went to a parking that was next to the police station, where he then got ordered. He can't remember who ordered him to alight from the motor vehicle, and he can't also remember whether it was a specific instruction that he should sit down or not, but he ultimately ended up sitting down.
I am listening, my lord.
Mase kufika lapho ke noma bese lapho ke base behamba ke beya kwindawo ke la kumakhona ke imoto eduze ke nase police station la atshela khona ke ukuthi ke akaphumeke emotweni nokuthi ahlale phansi.
Now again they started to ask him about the death of Senzo, and they said to him, was he still not prepared to tell them about what happened and the involvement of the Buthelezi brothers?
I'm listening, my lord.
Base lapho ke bembuza ke ngokubandakanya noma ulwazi ayenalo ke ngokubulawa kwakhe ke uSenzo nokuthi ke akayimisele yini ukuthi ke akhulumeke kanye futhi ke nalaba babili ke babaButhelezi yebo ngilalela.
Now around that spot, as he was seated down, one of the metro cops then put a plastic bag, a plastic over his face and pressed his back forward, or the back part of his body forward, so that he could not fall when they pull that plastic bag over his face. In other words, they stabilized him not to fall by pushing the back part of his body as they were pulling the plastic bag very close on his face.
I'm following, my lord.
Thank you.
Ukuthi ke bamfaka ke uplastiki ke la kuyena ke ebusweni bakhe ke nokuthi ke benze ngendlela ke abam pusha ngayo ke ukuthi angawi. Yebo ngilalele.
Then whilst they were holding the plastic bag on his face and him trying to free himself, He then fell. In other words, in trying to free himself from this suffocation as a result of the plastic bag being put on his face, closing his mouth and his nostrils. He then fell, and they then started to kick him on his body, just like they did at Lithabong. Now, all this information is what he testified about in the trial within a trial, in his evidence in chief. You were not there when I think this happened.
Yes, that is correct. I was not there, but
Please.
once the version has been put, I would like to comment, my lord.
Thank you. You can comment, Brigadier.
Uma soqedile ke ngizothi ke ngibe khona ke ngikushoyo yebo ke ngangingekho ke lapho ngoba kushoyo ukuthi wase ewake futhi esekhahlelwa ke lokho kwenzeka eLithabong.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. My lord, the first part that I want.
I'm not done with the.
Oh, you're not done?
Yes.
I misunderstood. I thought you were done. All right.
We're coming to the point where you're getting involved yourself as well.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Now, as I was laying down and them kicking him on his body, they kept on asking him about his involvement in the death of Senzo and the complicity of the Buthelezi brothers.
I'm listening, my lord.
Beqhubeka ke bemkhahlela njalo ke la ke na ke emzimbeni bembuza ke futhi ngakwaziyo ke mayelana necala lika Senzo kanye nalabo ababili ke bakwaButhelezi. Yebo ngilalele.
Now, when he was still lying down and them busy kicking him, there was this metro cop who kept on squeezing, who kept on pulling this plastic very tight on his face, thereby depriving him the capacity to breathe either by his nostrils and by his mouth.
I'm following, my lord.
Ngikulalela ke uma uthi kwakho lena ke iphoyisa lela kwa metro ke lona ke elalihlezi nje ludonsa ke uplastic lona likwenza ukuthi kubenzima ke ukuthi ke aphefumule.
Now he says that at some point that policeman, not policeman, but that metro person, that metro cop, then let loose the plastic that was over his face, and he then managed to sit upright, that is on his buttocks. And then that's when he then realized that there was now a new face here. Then he started to see, he saw a new face, which he later found out that it was yourself, Kininda.
I'm following, my lord.
Uthi ke kunesikhathi ke la khona ke lephoyisa leli la metro la seludedela ke noma lokhipha ke plastic leyo ila akwazi khona ke ukuthi ahlaleke wasebona ke ukuthi kwakunobuso olusha ke lapha lobo buso lobo kwakuwena ke Kininda. Yebo ngilalele.
And then he says, you then called this police aside, that a few steps away from him, and you had a discussion there, the content of which you could not hear. I'm not yet done.
Yes, no, I'm listening. I'm
Thank
following,
you.
my lord.
Uthi lapho ke ila khona wabiza khona ke lamaphoyisa wabizela ke eceleni la owaba nenkulumo nawo ke kodwa engezwa ke yena ukuthi ke uthini uma ukhuluma nabo. Yebo ngilalele.
Then you then went back to him with one or two police, with two or three other members of the police, although he says he can't remember how many were there, including the Metro Cop. And then you asked him about his knowledge of the death of Senzo, and then he said to you, Mhlonishwa mina angazi lutho, I don't know anything about the death of Senzo. That's what he said.
I'm listening, my lord.
Uthi wasubuya ke wena namanye ke kulamaphoyisa ubuza ke futhi ke ngolwazi analo ke ngokushona kaSenzo, waphendula ke yena ethi mhlonishwa mina angazi lutho, ngilalele.
And you, in response to him saying mhlonishwa, mhlonishwa meaning you respectful one, I do not know anything about the death of Senzo. Then you said to him, you are used to dealing with people who were of his ilk, and he was just still a small boy. Are you still listening to that?
I'm listening.
Oh, I thought you were praying.
Waqhubeka ke wena.
Okay.
I'm following, my lord.
Okay, thank you.
Uthi cha ubajwayeleke aba njengayeke kodwa yena ke wayese umfanyana nje omncane, yebo ngilalele.
And then he said to you, he is telling you the truth, that he does not know anything about the death of Senzo. And then you said to him, he was going to tell the truth.
I'm listening, my lord.
Waqhubeka ke netshela ukuthi akazi lutho, wena ke wathi kuyena uzokhuluma iqiniso, ngisalalele.
Then after those words, you then left, went back to your vehicle, and the others then said to him, let's go. Otherwise, they instructed him to go. And then he got into the Ford Ranger that has been transporting him all along. And then they drove away.
I'm following, my lord.
Wase uhamba ke noma umshiya ke wena, abanye laba ke bamtshela ukuthi ke asambe, wasekibela ke noma igitshezwa ke kuyona ke iFord Ranger le ayihamba ngayo, ngilalele.
Now imperative in his version or in his testimony, or what would be imperative in his testimony, but he had already said this in evidence in his evidence in chief in the trial, within the trial, is that when you left Flores police station, the first point of stop, he realized that you were entering at Deep Kloof police station.
I'm listening, my lord.
Uthi ke kodwa ke aqaphela ke ukuthi ke uma sekhanjwa ke lapho indawo yoqala ngina kuyona ke kwakuyi police station yase Deep Kloof, ngilalele.
That is where they found you.
Ilapho abakuthola khona.
I'm listening, my lord.
Ngilalele.
Now, you have said that it was never put to you by Mr. Mngomezulu that you could have been involved in the assault of the accused person, not so?
So should I comment to this part first or start? Because
No, I'll give you
allow
time.
me.
I just want to clarify this because there's something that I want to bring to your attention.
All right. Yes. So I'm saying yes. But I've said it in this context that my recollection, the late Mr. Mngomezulu, the version that was given to me from accused number 1 was that he was assaulted in Tembisa
Yes.
prior to being brought to me.
Yes.
There were no assertions that I'm being told now that he was assaulted at the parking lot of the Metro in Fostoras when I was present, that the plastic bag was removed and I was sitting there and I made those utterances. And I remember because I wanted to know who is the understanding that I was involved or not, and Mr. Mngomezulu said, no, I will give you the list of the names. That was the first part of the assault, my lord, in our interaction with Mr. Mngomezulu. The second part where he referred me to name, is the assertion that accused number 1 made a report to a magistrate, I think on the 10th of July, where he says, according to Mr. Mgomezulu, that he was assaulted by the investigation team. But even then, a list of names were given, my name was not there. So I was saying in that context that it is now the first time I'm hearing now that I was now present when accused number 1 was saying. And then we can check the record. There was no such assertion given to me, my lord.
Ebengikusho noma mangiphendula ke ukuthi ke okokuqala akusho mayelana nokushaywa ethembisa ukuthi ke lapho ke ngangekho ngoba ngangifuna ukwazi ke kuyena ke ongasekho ke uMr Mngomezulu ukuthi ke ingabe uthi umsolwa uma eshaywa ngangikhona yini ke okwesibili ke noma lokho ke kwama plastic manje nokuthi ke ngakhuluma ke lokho aqeda ukuthi advocate umnisi ukuthi ngakusho ke ngibuza ke ngalokho okwesibili ke ila athi khona ke nge-10 zika July wakusho ke lokho ngaphambi kwayo imanje ukuthi kwashaywa ke ithimba eliphenyayo uma ngangibuza ke ngangifuna nje ukuthi ke ngitshelwe noma ke kucace lokho.
Now, central to his allegation or to his version, or yes, central to his allegation of you being complicit in his assault, or that or where an assault took place in your present, is the fact that when you, according to him, when you arrived at Fort Lawrence police station, you found him being wrapped around with a plastic bag over his head, or over his head, Brigadier. Could that not have been an assault?
I'm listening. I'm not sure whether this is an opportunity for me to respond now, my lord, because a lot has been said, and I want to start from what I recall.
Thank you, Brigadier. You may respond from the beginning to the end.
All right, thank you, my lord.
Yes. It's almost 12:30 now. You can take whatever time you want to take. Yes.
My lord, so firstly, it is absolutely not correct that accused number 1 was assaulted in my present. That's not correct.
Okokuqala nje akusilona iqiniso ukuthi washaywa ngikhona umsolo wokuqala.
Secondly, there was no indication from him when I interacted with him, my lord, that he was assaulted. He never made such assertions to me.
Okwesibili ke ngathi ke nganginaye ke ngikhulumisana naye akukho akusho kumina ukuthi washaywa.
Thirdly, my lord, I did not observe any injuries when I was engaging him, or noted any signs of discomfort that suggests that he was assaulted or he was uncomfortable, my lord, according to my observations.
Ngoba lokho mina ke ngakubona uma ke ngimbhekile ke akukho ke ukulimala okubonakalayo noma kwakubonakala noma ke ukuthi ke uthole ukuthi ke cha kukhona nje okubonakala noma okutshengisayo ke ukuthi nje akaphathekile kahle.
Fourthly, my lord, as I've said earlier, and that came much later when we're dealing with the trial within trial, the entries following his detention on that after his arrest at Valera specifically police station, I think he was detained just after 1 a.m. Because Kenyan Boto was done around 1 a.m. then he was detained. The entries from the time of his detention, regular hourly visit, up to the time when he was booked out on the 31st for the traditional healer investigation, to the time that he was taken to court on the 1st of June 2020 when he made his first appearance in Tembisa. There is no recording by those police officers from the stations or officers who inspected not only him, all inmates that were detained, where there was a recording that he complained of an assault, or they treated him for assault, or they noted that he was injured.
Nokuthi ke uma ngabe ke emuva kokuthi ke uKenyan Botho eseqedile ke ngaye ngoba ke waqeda ke ngo-12 ngo-1 am uma eseyovalelwa ke estoksini, uma ubheka ke lezo incwadi lezo ke nangesikhathi futhi esekhishwa ke ngazo i31 ehanjiswa esiwa kuyena ke ubaba lona so i-traditional healer, nokuthi ngeyi1 uma esemikiswa esiwa khona ke enkantolo, akukho nje la ekubhalwe khona ke kulezo incwadi lezo zase police station ukuthi ke kukhona la abika khona noma abatshela khona ke ukuthi washaywa.
Now, 50, my lord, when I met accused number 1, as I've said earlier, it was at the parking lot of the police station, and he was in a VW red Golf that belongs to my office, and it was driven by Sergeant Mohola, who was the investigating officer in the warrant of arrest that he executed on accused number 1 for drug dealing. And that's how I found him, my lord. And logic dictates, if you follow that this is the person that was responsible for the accused, and that's where I found him, my lord, in a vehicle that belonged to my office, assigned to the IO, and she's the one that informed me of this sort of admissions, and arrangements were made that we should meet there. I found him in a VW Golf belonging to my section, my lord.
Futhi ke mase ngihlangana naye ke umsolo wokuqala e-police station lase Phosphorus waye kwimoto ebomvuko eyi-VW i-Golf eyayishayelwa uyena ke uSergeant Mohola ekuyena owayephenya ke icala leliyana ayeboshelwe lona ke. Futhi ke leyo moto leyo ke imoto ke yehhovisi ingaphansi kwehhovisi engisebenza kulona manje ukuthi ke ngoba kuyena ke wayephenya lelo cala umsolo wakhe wayengaphansi kwakhe ke ngaso leso sikhathi leso kuyena futhi owangitshela ke ukuthi kukhona lokhu okwakushiwo uyena ke umsolo kuyena ala athi ke wayevuma khona ke phecelezi ma-admissions.
Further, my lord, I did not witness or saw a Ford Ranger and this type of assault that is referring to, that when he opened his eyes, then when the plastic was removed, I was there, and the Ford Ranger. That I did not witness, my lord. It didn't happen.
Futhi ke lokhu kukhuluma ukuthi ke wathi ke uma uplastic lona usukhishwa ke kuyena ke wasebona ke le Ford Ranger angaze ngiyibone noma ngizange ngibone ke leyo Ford Ranger futhi ke akuzange kwenzeke lokho.
Now, further, my lord, my interaction with accused number 1 did not happen at the precinct or the municipal building of the metro that I'm being referred to. It happened at the police station, because now I'm understanding that the scene of where we met now, it has changed. I said we met at the police station, and that's where we met. Now I'm being taken to the municipal offices, where apparently he was taken, and I met him there.
Okunye futhi ke manje sekuyashintsha ke lokhu ukuthi manje sesahlangana ke noma ngahlangana naye ke kule ndawo ke kuthiwa kwakunamahhovisi khona ke municipal waye khona ke lapha bizwe namahhovisi ase Home Affairs ke, kodwa mina ke uma ngangihlangana naye sahlangana police station.
The difficulty of comprehending that, my lord, other than the contradicting versions that has been given to me, is that because I know that place, my lord, as well. If we are sitting, so when you drive to Phosphorus, that is now leading to the police station, first you get a shopping center. It's a center, so with a lot of shops, my lord. Next to it, it will be these municipal offices that I'm being referred to, which has a fence, so you can see right through. Further down next to it, so they follow each other, then it's the Phosphorus court, and then just adjacent to it at the bottom, then is the police station. Now the difficulty I'm having, my lord, I was informed at 10 past, say after 1400 hours, it's daylight. If the understanding of the version I'm being given now is that after I'm being informed, he's taken to this spot and then he's being assaulted at a place which is adjacent to a shopping center where a lot of people are moving up and down. In fact, in my recollection, one of that place even sells alcohol. So there's a lot of movement on Saturday, specific on Saturdays. We can visit that place, my lord. I know it specifically. I'm failing to understand how could the assault take place in the view, because the next door building is a shopping center. There's taxis there, be it the normal minibuses or the small ones. They call them Amapel. Accused number 1 knows that. It's very congested. So I'm finding it hard that would have happened, my lord. Logic for me doesn't dictate, unless then it will mean these members are really looking to go to jail to commit such a crime pleasantly and such openly, my lord.
Okuyindida kumina ke ukuthi le ndawo ke engitshela ngaye ukuthi lesigameko senzeka kuyona ke ngiyayazi ke le ndawo akhuluma ngayo ke futhi ke nje kunendawo ke namabhilidi ke athize ke noma hlukene ke ipolice station ikhona ke lapho icourt ikhona ke lapho ikhona ke futhi ne nganqathela ezitolo lokubiza ngokuthi ke i-shopping center elapho uma kuwukuthi ke washaywa ke lapho noma konke lokhu kwenzeka kuyona leyo ndawo kusho ukuthi ke nje kwenzeka lokho abantu nje bebaningi lapho ke kuphithizela nje lapho ngoba ikhona ke nendawo edayisa ke utshwala kwakhona lapho ke umsolwa oqala uyazi kunamathekisi akhona lapha amanye wawo abizwa ngokuthi ke amaphela manje ke kuya ukuthi ke lawo amaphoyisa lawo noma lamaphoyisa babe ngakwenzela khona lapho kusho ukuthi babe ngakunakileke ukuthi babe ngaboshwa baye ejele ngokuthi benze into enjalo ngoba ngishilo ke ukuthi uma ngabe ngithola ucingo ngibikelwa ngakho lokho kwakuse selishayile nje ihora lesibili.
Now, further to this, my lord, and I've testified about this, up to the time when we got to accused number 1, the only name that was known as a potential suspect that we still needed to pursue to the investigation team, and that includes myself, was accused number 2. There was no mention at that stage or knowledge of Buthelezi surname being possibly involved or being the person of interest. So it will be inaccurate, my lord, that at that moment when accused number 1 is now arrested for the first time for the drug dealing matter, he is confronted with information that we did not even know about, because nowhere at that stage in terms of the investigation was the name of the Buthelezi brothers, be it misleading or not, ever being mentioned. What we knew is him, and we knew that from him we need to go to accused number 2 because his name was mentioned in the statement of Absalom Zungu. So that was the information that was at the disposal of the investigation team. Nothing was at the disposal of us insofar as the Buthelezi surname. So that could not be, it's improbable, my lord, because we did not know those names.
Lokho ke kokuthi ke kwakhulunywa ke njengalabo ababili ke bakwaButhelezi ke lokho ke akusilona ke iqiniso ngoba ke ngaleso sikhathi leso kwakuyena ke umsolo wokuqala esasikwazi ke ukuthi manje sizo mase sisuka kuyena ke umsolo wokuqala sizoya kuyena ke umsolo wesibili ngoba ke igama lakhe lalikhona ke ku statement sakhe uAbsalom Zungu. Manje ke akusilona ke iqiniso, akukho esasikwazi ngaye noma ngalaba ababili ke bakwaButhelezi. So akusilona ke iqiniso ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso ke babe mkhuluma noma ke kwakulaba nalaba ababili bakwaButhelezi ababekhuluma ngabo noma bembuza ngabo.
Now, furthermore, my lord, it is accused number 1 himself. When he interacted with me, we introduced the name of Marco and Makimbi, firstly,
Marco and sorry?
Makimbi Buthelezi during our interaction with Fosoras. But subsequently, where the names were documented in the confession of Colonel Mboto, where you find the names, so it came for the first time there, and these were not known to us. What we knew is that it was him, as I've said earlier, in the company of accused number 2, and I've mentioned this, my lord, in my previous testimony, my lord, that the exposure or the identification of accused number 1 and 2 met it, the narrative, it fed the narrative that we're investigating, because what we had in terms of the people who were inside the house, they said it was alleged that there were 2 assailants who went in, 1 shot, 1 taller, and they demanded cell phones, money, and ran away. Now, we then received information that points to 2 people. We had known the fitting in terms of what we're investigating was just perfect, that okay, these are the individuals, probably, because that's what we thought. It's a robbery that gone wrong. We have 2 suspects being identified, and that's what we need to look at. It is accused number 1 himself who introduced the presence of Marco and the presence of Makimbi as the people who went inside the house, and then he placed himself outside the house. And that's how now the Buthelezi brothers' name came in, my lord.
Amagama ke noma ke kwakuyena ke umsolo wokuqala uma ke noma nkathi ke mina ngangikhulumisana naye noma ngihlezi naye ke owaveza ke noma oweza ke nalamagama uMarco kanye naye ke uMakimbi Buthelezi futhi ke esasinako ke kwakuyena ke umsolo wokuqala kanye naye ke umsolo wesibili futhi ke lokhu ke ukuthi ke kwaba nalabo abasola ababili ke manje esasibabheka noma ke esasilandelela ke ekhondweni labo lokho ke kwakuhlangana ke naloko esasinako noma lokho esasikuphenya ukuthi ke kwakunabantu ababili abangena ke omunye wayemfishane omunye emudeke bafuna ke ama cell phones kanye futhi ke nayo imali.
Now further to this, my lord, I'm simply saying he could not have been, this is accused number 1, be asked about the Buthelezi brothers when we did not have that information. The introduction of Buthelezi Brothers, which we found to be a tool that was meant to mislead us, came from him. But then it was followed later and found that that portion of evidence was actually misleading when he gave the Buthelezi Brothers.
Futhi kwangeke ke abuzweke ngalaba ababili ke bakwaButhelezi ke ngoba ke kwatholakala ngoba ke leyo information leyo ke yaphuma ke noma yavezwa uyena ke kwatholakala ke uma ngabaqhubeka nalo ke uphenyo ukuthi ke kwangasilona ke iqiniso. Manje kwangeke ke abuzwe ngalabo bakwaButhelezi uma ngaba kwangekho into ababeyazi ngabo ngoba uyena umsolo wokuqala owaveza ke laba ababili bakwaButhelezi.
And further to this, my lord, the position of the Buthelezi Brothers was established, confirmed independently on the investigation, not through him. It is through the investigation where we established that both brothers were incarcerated when this offense took place. So he was trying to mislead us. We found that in the course of investigation, we found that one of the brothers, Marco, passed away in 2016 after being released, and we found his other brother in prison who happened to be known to accused number one. So he threw us to a person that he knew that was incarcerated in order to mislead the investigation and mentioned this Marco, knowing that he's deceased, and he gave us the names of his homeboys. So he knew very well. It was not by incident. He knew that he gave us this, thinking that now we'll obviously take a bite and the investigation will be misled, my lord.
Okunye futhi ke uma kufika laba ababili ke abakwaButhelezi ukuthi wayazi ke ukuthi ngalesi sikhathi noma ke kwakungophenyo uma ngaba sesiqhubeka ngophenyo akusiyona ke into sayithola kuyena umsolo wokuqala ukuthi sathi uma siphenya sathola ukuthi ke nkathi sigameko lesi senzeka ke laba ababili bakwaButhelezi babevaleleke noma ke babesejeleke ngaleso sikhathi leso sabe sithola ke ukuthi omunye ke emuva kokuthi ededelwe ejele wase eshona ke ngo2016 omunye ke yena ke esejele futhi ke okunye futhi ukuthi wasinikeza ke amagama abantu aziyo ke ukuthi ke amagama abantu abuya nabo ke emakhaya noma ke phecelezi ke ama homeboys akhe lokho ke wayesinika ngamagama lena azi ukuthi labantu babesejele nokuthi ke futhi ke abantu ke laba abaziyo ke ama homeboys akhe.
Now, my lord, with regard to Deep Kloof, the sequence of, because I'm being told now I was in Deep Kloof, the sequence of events after we left Phosphorus, as I indicated, my lord, I had no knowledge as to who will I find to assist me in taking down the confession from accused number one. What I did, I directed the members that they must go to Eraton, the provincial office of the detectives in Gauteng, because at that stage I had no knowledge. So my thinking was that we will drive there. Because we have an office that we can utilize, then we can be there while we arrange or I continue with the process of finding an independent police officer to take this commission. So as a result, the arrangement from Phosphorus was, a directive was given to me to say, members, let's go to Phosphorus, to the provincial office in Gauteng. He left with the members, I drove with my car to Eraton, my lord.
Okunye futhi sengiyatshelwa ke manje ukuthi mina ke ngangise Deep Kloof ke kulokho ke mina ngangingazi ke ngaleso sikhathi ukuthi ubani ke engizomthola ukuthi ke alekelele ngaso lesi statement lesi ke esasizothathwa kuyena ke umsolwa wokuqala lapho ke mina ngase ngithi ke kuma members lawo ke ukuthi akuhanjwe ke kuyiwe eEraton ngoba kula khona ke emahhovisi esifunda awo ke ama detectives akhona ukuthi ke sizobe sisebenzisa lawo mahhovisi ke ngalenkathi mina ngisabheka ke noma ngisafuna ukuthi ke ubani ozosilekelela noma ke ozothatha ke leyo confession leyo kuloko ukuthi mina ke wangifica ke noma bangifica ngise Deep Kloof.
Now, my lord, it was en route to Eraton that firstly I was able then to get assistance from Colonel Mboto, but various people were phoned prior to him who said, I can assist you. And then in that discussion, he then said, the accused, the suspect, this is now accused number one, must be taken to Deep Kloof SAPS where he's going to meet him. That was telegraphically en route to Eraton, my lord.
Esendleleni noma emgwaqeni ke oya noma endleleni eyakhona ke eEraton yila khona ke ngoba ke kunabantu ke abahlukeneke ke engangixhumana nabo ke noma ekwaqhunyana nabo ke la engathola khona yena ke uKolonel Mboto wasethi ke umsolwa lowo ke akalethwe eDeep Kloof yila azohlangana naye khona.
My lord, then that is the time when I then phoned Constable Monareng, because I could see that he was not part of the team that was at Phosphorus, to come and take accused number one from me at Eraton police provincial office to Colonel Mboto.
Ila khona-ke manje sangaxhumana khona-ke naye uConstable Munareng ngoba-ke ngabona-ke ukuthi wayengasiyona-ke ingxenye yalaba bekhona-ke ePhosphorus. Ngimcela-ke ukuthi aze e-Eratin azothatha kumina-ke umsolwa wokuqala ahambe naye-ke ukuthi amhambise kuyena-ke uColonel Mboto eDeep Kloof.
And that's exactly how it transpired, my lord. From Phosphorus, my first stop was Eratin, not Deep Kloof. I never went to Deep Kloof. Subsequent to that, Constable Monareng arrived and I handed accused number 1 to him. He was in a company of another member, just don't recall. Yes, I don't recall the name, my lord, yes.
Is it Buthelezi, Mr. the State?
Mapumulo, I think.
Hello?
Mapumulo.
Sorry. Yeah, Mapumulo.
Then, my lord, they took the accused 1 now to Deep Kloof. I remained at the provincial office. I think after midnight or so, Colonel Mboto then called me to say he was done. But I recall that it was specific that the confession form, he will not give it to the members. I must come and collect it from him in hand. That is how the issue of the confession was dealt with. So at no stage, my lord, did I go to Deep Kloof, or was I now there when accused number 1 was taken to Deep Kloof? That is misleading, with greatest respect, my lord.
Ila khona-ke manje ngase ngikhulumana naye-ke uMunareng weza-ke Eratin la engangikhona-ke ukhona-ke ayihamba naye-ke ulekeleleke umshishisi athi-ke uyena uMaphumulo la bafika khona-ke bamthatha-ke umsolwa baya naye eDeep Kloof. eDeep Kloof ngicabanga ukuthi-ke laliselishayile-ke ihora le-12 ebusuku la khona-ke axhumana nami khona uColonel Mboto ngitshela-ke ukuthi-ke useqedile, kodwa-ke akangeke istatement leso noma-ke i-confession leyo ayinikezeke ama-member ukuthi mina-ke kuzofanele ngize eDeep Kloof ngizoyilanda. Yila khona-ke mina-ke engihlangana khona neDeep Kloof, kodwa ngikaze ngiye eDeep Kloof ngaphambi kwalokho noma ngesikhathi leso i-confession eyayithathwa ngaso.
No. He didn't say, my lord, I must come and collect it at Deep Kloof. He said I must come and fetch it in his station. So he was the branch commander at the time of Randbeck detectives. Yeah, of Randbeck detectives. And that's where I went to fetch it. Not that day, I think a day or 2 days later. Yes, Randbeck detective, yes, not in Deep Kloof. So he said, I'm done. I'm going to take the form with me. Then we make arrangement to meet in my office. He was the branch commander for Randbeck detectives, and that's where the form was collected.
Ngicela-ke ukuthi ngilungise lokhu-ke ukuthi cha kusiwona-ke ukuthi wathi uColonel Mboto angize ngizoyithatha i-confession khona-ke eDeep Kloof. Cha yila nje i-confession eyathathelwa khona-ke noma athi umsolwa kalethwe khona, kodwa yena-ke wayeyi-branch commander yabafeshi noma-ke ama-detectives ase-Randbeck. Ngicabanga ukuthi-ke kwadlula usuku noma-ke iy'nsuku ey'mbili sengiyoyithatha-ke, kodwa ngilungisa nje la ndawo la bengithe khona-ke ukuthi-ke i-confession le ngayoyithatha eDeep Kloof.
Now, I think lastly, my lord, in the form, and I've covered this part, but I just want to add something on it, that when I received the confession form, eventually from Colonel Mboto, there was no recordings in the form which indicates that accused number 1 reported an assault, or that suggests that when Colonel Mboto observed accused number 1, he saw injuries of assault, being physically assaulted by the police, so that he received that the police assaulted the police by using plastics and kicking, that I'm being told. I don't remember seeing such an entry. But of utmost importance, my lord, in my knowledge, Colonel Mboto is retired now, was a very senior detective even before me. Hence he was a branch commander, very skilled, very knowledgeable, and ethical in my knowledge. I doubt very much, my lord, that he would have disregarded and exposed himself to covering, because it really will amount to that he sees someone is assaulted and then he exposes himself now to not documenting and be part of this covering. Same with myself. I don't understand what will I achieve, my lord, because here we were seized with the matter, and that is including me, to simply investigate and find the truth, not to violate people's rights. Other than that, it's part of the mandate that I am given as a police officer. There was nothing personal insofar as the accused are before court. None of them are known to me. The victim is not known to me. All the people involved in this matter, including witnesses and people of interest, none of them are not unknown to me. So I was just seized with this matter because I was appointed to investigate. I had no personal interest except to simply do my work and nothing else, my lord. So there will be no reason, none whatsoever, for me to violate the accused's constitutional rights. And that is why I said what was of paramount to me when I was told that he seems to be making admissions. In the course of investigation, I took a position to say, let me go there, warn him according to his right, ensure that he understands his right, and establish what he wants to do freely and voluntarily. Why would I then be part of the assault, my lord? To gain what, really? For people to expose myself to such criminal, because it's criminal. It will amount to criminality, and I become an accomplice. For what purpose, my lord? It's something that I'll never do.
Futhi ke ukugcina ke uma ngikhuluma ngaso ke statement lesi noma iform lena ke uKenneth Mbotho ayebhale phansi kuyona ke akukho la khona ke engabona khona ebhalile khona noma ekwakubhalwe khona ke nokuthi mhlambe ke wakhona ndake kuyena umsolwa emtshela ke ukuthi ke washaywa nokuthi uma uKenneth Mbotho awaye embhekile wabona ke ukuthi ke cha lo muntu lona wayeshayiwe ke ngoba ke uKenneth Mbotho ngasho ukuthi ke futhi ke bekumseshi ke uMkantshubomvu futhi ke ngaphambi waqala futhi ke ngaphambi kwami ingakho nje wayeyona ke i-branch commander angiboni ke ukuthi ke wayengathi ke akushaya indiva ke uma ukuthi wabona ukuthi lo muntu ophambi kwakhe umuntu oshayiwe athi ke ukwenzelani ke lokho ngoba ke lokho umuntu lowo ongathi ke uphula umthetho noma ke ubulelesi ke lo nami ke nanje bakushiwa ukuthi uma ngangikwenzile nanje makushiwa noma insolo zisho ukuthi ngangizothi ngikwenzelani ngoba ke abasolo laba abantu ke ngangabazi ngaleso sikhathi noma engabazi kanye futhi ke naso ke isizulu kulona lecala leli umuntu engamazi mina nganikezwa nje umsebenzi ukuthi angiphenye ilokho ke engakwenza ukuthi ngangizothi ke ngishaye noma ngingxenye abantu abashayayo ngizothi ngikwenzelani lokho yini engizoyizuza kulokho.
My lord, the very last point is that this version, as I've said, my lord, and I'm saying with greatest respect, I think it's tailor-made, or accused number one is making it as it goes along, because that's not what was said to me by the late Mr. Mngomezulu. The one that now he has given to Advocate Mnisi, and I do understand and respect the difficulty that Advocate Mnisi is in.
No, Brigadier. I'm not in a difficulty.
But can I just finish?
Don't assume.
All right, now
Thank you.
I won't assume. I simply wanted to say
I'm not trying to walk in a park.
No, I understand.
Thank you.
What I wanted to say, my lord, is that the version that was given to to Mr. Mngomezulu,
yes,
which he put to me insofar as where the assault took place, is different from what now Advocate Mnisi says are his instructions. And I was simply saying it in that context, and we can go to the record in that dispute, because nowhere, and that's my recollection, during the cross-examination by Mr. Mngomezulu was it put to me that he was assaulted in front of me at these municipal offices where plastic was put and so forth. It was never said. Where now I'm being said I was present, it's new, my lord, and I was saying it in that context, and that will be my response.
Engikushoyo ke lana ukuthi manje ke kushiwo ke okubili okwahlukile ke kuloko okwakushiwo kumina nkathi ke esaphila ke yena uMr Mngomezulu indawo ke la ukushaywa ke ukuthi ke wayeshayelwe khona ke hlukile ke kunaloku manje okushiwo kumina ke kuyena uAdvocate Mnisi khulunywa ke ngayo le ndawo lena ke kuthiwa indawo yakhe ke uMasipala yiloko ngishoyo ukuthi ke izinto ezimbili ezihlukene lezi.
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi, I heard you say that it will be put to the brigadier that he was kicked, your client was kicked.
Yes.
When he fell onto the floor. You didn't specify who kicked him. You don't have to. It's just thinking. Because they say Sergeant Mahola, who's a female, was there. Did she kick also, or what?
May I respond, my lord?
Yes? Yeah, fine.
Thank you, my lord. This poor person.
No. Take instructions. If you don't have,
I do know his story, man.
yeah, you can say it.
Thank you.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
Because it's a simple question.
Yes.
Did Sergeant Mahola, who's female, I'm told, or understand, did she also kick
That is,
Your
what
client.
that is what I'm trying to explain, my lord.
Oh, I see.
Brigadier had 30 minutes to explain. Can I just be afforded just 1 minute to explain and to respond to the question, my lord? This poor person is blindfolded. There's a plastic over his face. He's lying down. He's been kicked. He could probably not be in a position to know who was kicking him. That's the answer, my lord.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, are you done, Brigadier?
Yes, yes. I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And exactly, it's 1 o'clock. Thank you, my lord. May we have an adjournment?
Yeah,
for the
okay,
night?
until 2?
Yes. Thank you, Brigadier.
Yes, sir.
Now, you told this court in your response that on the allegations of assault by accused number one, that you did not note injuries on him when you interacted, when you spoke to him, not so?
Yes, I'm referring to injuries to extent of him being suffocated and being kicked, because that's I was responding to that, my lord. And I supported that version with the
Yes.
occurrence books and so forth. That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ngishilo ukuthi angibonanga-ke ukulimala kuyena kuloko bekusho ukuthi washaywa-ke wafaka uplastiki bemkhahlela futhi-ke ney'ncwadi lezi zasemaphoyiseni akukho la ekubhalwe khona.
You would agree with me that the absence of injuries, absence of visible injuries on a person, that does not translate to the fact that an assault has never happened, not so?
Well, I don't know. It's rather a medical question, and I don't know whether someone who's not trained in the field of medicine can really answer that question or not.
As it pleases the court, my lord. In as much as a person who has not been trained as a doctor may not say that the fact that there are no injuries, then it means that the allegation of assault are not true. In
How-
other words,
does
when
it
a
follow,
person
sir?
says, my lord,
Does it follow from what you are saying that it doesn't necessarily mean that if you are assaulted and there are no visible injuries, you are alleged to be assaulted and there are no visible injuries, there's no possibility that you were not assaulted.
yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
my
but
lord.
now,
But on the same breath, my lord,
yeah, fine.
on the same breath, a person who has not been trained, and I'm responding directly to my
Yeah,
colleague's
fine.
question.
You can ask the question, no problem.
Thank you, my lord. Say, the fact that you could not see visible injuries on Mr. Sibiya, that does not necessarily mean that his allegation of assault are unfounded, not so?
So, my lord, so I'll answer it this way. As is being put to me currently, I will not dispute that currently, because obviously the time has lapsed from 2020. But in 2020, had that been said to me, then one would have easily confirmed that by submitting him or sending him for a medical examination, as I tried to do when there was a reporting that he was assaulted by the police from Silverton, by the presiding officer. We tried to embark on the process of sending him to the doctor for J88, which he refused. So, insofar as what is being put to me, I agree with Advocate Mnisi, but insofar as what transpired in 2020, that's not what I saw, and that's not what he told me. He didn't say to me he was assaulted.
Ukungabi khona-ke noma ungabonakali kokulimala akusho-ke lokho ukuthi-ke lokhu akushoyo umsolo ukuthi washaywa akusilona iqiniso. Uma ungibuza lokho-ke manje njengesikhathi samanje, yebo ngavubelana-ke nawe, kodwa uma lokho kwakubuzweke ngalesiya sikhathi noma-ke ngo-2020, angizothi-ke lokho kuzofanele ukuthi-ke kuqinisekiswe uyena-ke udokotela ngokuthi umuntu ahanjiswe-ke kudokotela. Yilokho-ke ngangizama nokwenza ngathi-ke kuney'nsolo zokuthi washaywa amaphoyisa ase-Silverton ukuthi akahambe kayebona udokotela, kodwa-ke wanqaba.
Thank you, Brigadier. I'm doing this with a view to try and clear up certain things that you came up up with in your response, which might be a little bit not so accurate. Now, you said that Mohula was responsible for Sibia because it is Mohula who had arrested Sibia. Did I hear you well there?
No, I don't think you had him. Perhaps you had partly corrected my note. When I say responsible, I'm referring to the investigating officer. The person whom I assigned the docket to was Sergeant Mohula, and by the virtue of that, she is responsible. That is why the application for J50 was here. But in addition, my lord, that is why I said we then had the SWAT team, which was an elite unit, and I know she was assisted there. So I do not know who played what role there, but the SWAT team was there. But insofar as the responsibility in terms of the docket, the processing of it, and the investigating officer was Sergeant Mohula. So I was saying that in that context, my lord.
Uma bengithi ke wayengaphansi kwakhe uSergeant Mohula bengikhuluma ke ukuphenywa ke beqala umuntu okuyena wayephenya kodwa ngiyazi ke ukuthi ke nalaba ke noma iqembu leli leSWAT lalikhona ke ukuthi ke lilekelele lapho bengisho lokho uma ngithi ke waye umuntu waye responsible noma umuntu wayengaphansi kwakhe kwakuyena uSergeant Mohula.
Thank you. So in other words, you're saying although the SWAT team was requested to come and assist there in the capacity in which they were requested in, but the main person was responsible for the investigation and probably the custody of the person of Mr. Subia must have been Mohula. Should I understand you in that context?
No, not the last part, because the custody, obvious, Sergeant Mohula is a female, so I think if they are males, they may want to take a primary role in terms of the control. But yes, insofar as Sergeant Mohula being the IO, my lord, and the carrier of the docket, she leads. The other members were there to support. She's the one that would say, yes, the warrant of arrest, and whatever support the members will want to support on, they would have then supported in that regard. I was not there, but what I know and what I'm saying to this court is that she was the investigating officer and in charge of the investigation, and as well as the docket.
Engishoyo ke ngayo uSergeant Mohula ukuthi ke uyena ke wayehola noma ke uphenyo ke nokuthi idokodo uma kuukuthi ke nayi ke iwarrant noma ke incwadi ethi ke akaboshwe ke, then abanye laba bakhona ke bona ke kuyibona ke abantu besilisa bekuzoba yibona ke abantu abazothi balekeleleke kuloko, kodwa ke umuntu behola ke ukuthi uphenyo bekuba kuyena uSergeant Mohula ukhuluma ngaleyo ndlela.
Even if I really don't follow what you're trying to explain, but it's fine. We never intended to make a mountain out of this, Brigadier. Now, you also said that you never saw a Ford Ranger at First Flores Police Station when accused number 5, when accused number 1 opened his eyes. I see Advocate Numalo, he nearly jumped up when I mentioned accused number 5. It was just a slip of a tongue. Now, you said you never saw a Ford Ranger when accused number 1 opened his eyes. I just heard you saying that. Is that what you said?
No.
At First Flores, when you're trying to explain that his version is devoid of all truth.
Yes, so what I said, my lord, is that I stand by my submission, which I've said now and earlier, that when I arrived in Fostoras, accused number 1 was in a VW Golf that was assigned to Sergeant Mohula. That is the vehicle I interacted with accused number 1 on, and not the Ford Ranger.
Engikushoyo ke noma engikushilo ngaphambili engisakushoyo namanje ukuthi uma ngifika eFosloras imoto wayena ke umsola wokuqala ekwakuyimoto ke eyayinikezwe yena ke uSergeant Mohula kwakuyi VW Golf.
But you further said, Brigadier, specifically that you never saw a Ford Ranger there.
Yes, my lord, I'm saying I didn't. That's the accused, because I understood the statement saying he was in a Ford Ranger. At some stage, he was taken out to sit in a pavement. I'm saying that's not what I saw. When I arrived, he was in a VW Golf. That's the car that I saw. Introductions were done. I interacted with him in the VW Golf, sitting and joining him in the back seat. Thereafter, we moved to Everton. At no stage did I see a Ford Ranger or him being moved to a Ford Ranger. That's the assertion I was making, my lord.
Thank you.
Engikuphendula nami ngishoyo nge-Ford Ranger ukuthi ke imoto engafika ke lapha kuyona umsola kwakuyi VW iGolf imoto ke wayehlezi kuyona ke ngoba ke insolo bezithi ke wakhishwa ke kuyona ke Ford Ranger wabe sehlaliswa phansi. Sihambile ke lapho saya eErathini ke angibonanga iFord Ranger iloko ngishoyo.
Thank you. This I'm clarified. Now you further told the court that there seems to be a bit of a change of scenes, because at one stage I put it to you that you met accused person in the precinct of the police station, but at the same time there were so many shops there, you really don't know where accused person was in terms of what I put to you. Is that what you said?
So no, so let me start here, my lord. What I said is that the version in my recollection of what was put to me by the late Mr. Mgomozulu.
Yes.
It was never said that I was present at any place when accused number 1 was assaulted. That's the first part that I was recalling.
Eyokuqala ke sorry engishilo ukuthi nkathi ke esekhona Mr. Mgomezulu kaze asho ukuthi ke ngangikhona kuleyo ndawo noma la ayeshayelwa khona ke umsola.
And I'm saying now it is contrary to what I'm hearing now, that I was present personally when he was assaulted. That's the first part I dealt with.
Engishoyo ke ngithi ke manje lokho ke engikutshelwayo ke manje ukuthi manje sekuthiwa ke ngangikhona ukuthi kuhlukile ke kuloko okwakushiwo kumina ngaphambilini.
Now I then explained my knowledge of where the municipal offices are situated in Phosphorus, my lord, and that is where I said when you come in, there's a shopping center. I even made reference of the taxis and them Amapela, and I said during the time when they called me, it was during the day, it was just after 2, and I said there's a shopping center, a lot of shops there. Next to it there's this municipal offices, and I explained that further down then there's a court and then the police station. And I said in my thinking, I'm finding it strange that police officers in a place that is adjacent to the shops, a shopping center, during the day on Saturday will embark in these criminal activities, because that would have been criminal in terms of this brutal assault I'm being told about, without facing any repercussions. Eyewitnesses could have seen them and then reported them accordingly. So I'm saying in that notion, I'm finding that description difficult for me, but I took it further, my lord. That is not only that, because it's not isolated. That was also coupled with the occurrence books that we obtained subsequent to that determined the condition he was in when he was detained in Valeria after Colonel Mboto, in what condition, the regular visits that were done leading up to the time that he went to court on the 1st of June. And I said, in all the entries and the visits, there was nowhere where it was indicated that he was assaulted or that he reported to any officer or members of the holding cells that he was assaulted or he was in pain or he seeks medical attention. And I said, on those bases, I'm finding it difficult, in addition, my lord, to the form that was completed by Colonel Mboto, that even there, he does not say he was assaulted. So I'm saying, based on those facts collectively, it is difficult for me to comprehend that would have happened. So the adjacent was made in the issues of the assault, my lord. The adjacent of the municipality and the shops, my lord. It was in that regard.
Uma bengikhuluma ke ngendawo lena ke kamasipala kanye nezitolo ke bengizama ukuchaza ke ukuthi leya ndawo leyana ikanjani ke izitolo ezilaphayana ngize ngakhuluma ngawo-ke amatekisi akhona laphayana ngaze ngasho nokuthi futhi-ke amaphela ebengikusho-ke ngishilo nokuthi-ke uma wehla-ke ngaloyo mgwaqo lowo ikhona inkantolo lapho i-police station kanye futhi-ke nale y'tolo ey'ningi ey'khona lapho bengithi-ke ukuthi-ke amaphoyisa amshayele endaweni enjalo-ke ukuthi bebezaba khona ofakazi bakubone konke lokho ebekwenzeka lapho bengisho kanjalo.
Thank you, Brigadier. Let's not try to, actually, let me not say let us, because by saying that I will be including myself. I'm excluding myself, but let the court not be misled in one of the many ways. You would recall that throughout your testimony, either in your evidence in chief in the main trial and in your evidence in chief in a trial within a trial, you have been constantly saying to this court that this incident took place at the hardcore time when there was that COVID, not so?
That is correct, man. No. So when you say the incident.
I mean, I'm sorry. The arrest of accused number one. When I'm saying incident, I'm referring to the arrest of accused number one.
Yes, it was during the COVID period, my lord. That I agree.
Yebo ngiyavuma-ke ukuthi-ke kathi kuboshwe yena-ke umsola lokho kwenzeka ngaso-ke isikhathi se-COVID.
So it will thus be misleading to suggest that at that hardcore time of COVID, there were many people on the streets. They could have seen this incident. It's like it was business as usual. You know what circumstances were there in COVID, not so. Movement was extreme, particularly this period. I think we're at level 5 or level 6. Movement was extremely limited, not so.
That's not my recollection, my lord. I know there were restrictions insofar as what time could people be outside. But I'm not sure that people were not at certain stage allowed to go to the shops during the day. And that is why I was specific about the time period, that if you look at the time, it was during the day. Although I may not know exactly what were the restriction period at that time, but at that time it was during the day. And I think restrictions were mostly prevalent in the afternoons, my lord. And I may be wrong, because then one will have to go in research. But the primary thing, my lord, it was during the day, adjacent to the shop, and it was adjacent to the shopping center, and it was on Saturday, my lord.
Engikushoyo-ke kusengenzeka-ke ukuthi ngingazi-ke ukuthi-ke kwakuyisiphi-ke isigaba-ke kona-ke lokho ngokuthi kodwa-ke ngishilo-ke ukuthi kwakusemini futhi-ke kuney'tolo ey'khona-ke laphayana kuloko kushiwo-ke umele ukuthi-ke siyazi-ke ukuthi-ke inhlelo-ke ngaleso sikhathi leso la khona-ke abantu babengahambi-ke noma-ke kunemigomo-ke abantu babengahamba ngaphansi kwayo.
Thank you, Brigadier. Brigadier, you are further perpetuating that which I will call as misleading the court. Because you, in your own word, said that you met accused person there with your other team members at 7 o'clock in the evening. And now we are saying it was during the day.
No, my lord.
Yes.
I think then there's perhaps a misunderstanding of what we are saying. We are talking on cross purposes.
If I may perfectly explain. Understood you. Maybe if you suspect that there might be others who misunderstood you, then you're welcome to correct that misunderstanding. But I perfectly understood you.
Yes, no, that's what I'm saying. We're talking on cross purpose, my lord.
Yes.
And I said, and it's in the diary, I said my interaction with accused number one was at 1900 hours, and I stand by that. But coming back to the version that was put to me, and I was moving from the version that was put by Advocate Nisi to me to say after accused was picked up, arrested, and I'm moving from that flow because I was informed he's arrested after 2. He says, according to the version of his client, they took the highway November 3, took a certain off-ramp, got to this place where he was assaulted, and then when he opened, when the plastic was removed, there was a new face, and that was me. If I take into account, my lord, where he was arrested to Phosphorus, it can't take him 3 hours to get there. So the logic for me dictates that he would have arrived there during the day. That is according to his version, not my version. I'm saying I met him in the evening in the VW Golf. So this assertion of during the day is not my version, my lord. I was responding to the version of accused number 3. So number 1, I beg your pardon, my lord.
Uma bengiphendula ke mina bengiphendula kuloko okushiwo uyena ke umsolo wokuqala ngoba ke ngaphambilini ushilo ke ngomlomo wakhe ummeli wakhe ngomlomo wommeli wakhe ukuthi ke okwenzeka ke lapho ukuthi emuva kokuthi eboshiwe ke bahamba ke noma basuka ke lapho behamba ngawo ke umgwaqo u-N3 highway ila abajika khona ke bengena kwilokishi lase Phosphorus. Emuva kwalokho base bengena kule ndawo ke kamasipala ila athi bashayelwa khona ke. Manje bengiphendula kulokho ke ukuthi emuva kokuthi eboshiwe ke kuleyo ndawo leyo mina ngisamile ke kuloko engikushilo ngaphambilini ukuthi ukuhlangana kwami naye umsola kwaku ngehora lesikhombisa ntambama.
Thank you, Brigadier. As I said to you, I understood you well, and I'll never be confused. For me to be confused, you need somebody to confuse me needs to dig a little bit deeper than that. But what you just said, I just heard it. But let us proceed. You are saying further that you never knew of the Buthelezi brothers up until you had that little discussion or conversation or the interview that you found a little bit harder to say it was an interview with accused number 1. That is when then he came out with the name of the Buthelezi brothers. But even so, you realized that he was misleading you, not so.
So the first part is correct, my lord, to say I didn't know of the Buthelezi brothers until I had a discussion with him and subsequently then received the confession where they were mentioned. So that first part is correct.
La eqaleni ke mayelana ke nalabo babili bakwaButhelezi ukuthi yebo ngangingazi ngabo kwaze kwayisikhathi ke la khona ngithola ke istatement noma ke iconfession la ekhulunywa ngabo khona lapho ke yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
The second part of the statement by Mr. Mnisi, my lord, by Advocate Mnisi, I did not know there and there that this information was misleading. One needed to investigate because it was the first time this information of the Buthelezi brothers was coming to my attention.
Lokho kwesibili ke ukuthi ke lokho ke kwangasilona ke iqiniso ngangakwazi ke kwaphoqeleka ke ukuthi ke kube nophenyo.
It was through investigation, my lord, that they were eliminated, where we found evidence that it could not have been them because they were in prison at that time and all other things that came up. So point I'm saying is that I did not know there and there when he was telling me that this Marco and Makimbi is actually misleading information. We had to investigate and come to that conclusion and then went back to what we had. That led us to accused number 2. So I didn't know spontaneously as he was telling me. I had to investigate and follow that.
Ngalesi sikhathi ayengitshela ngaso ke ngaye uMarco kanye noMakimbi ke ngangakwazi ukuthi lokho angitshela lokona akusilona iqiniso kwaphoqeleka ke ukuthi kube nophenyo ke la sekuzothola khona ke ukuthi cha sebeyakhishwa ke bona ngoba kwatholakala ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso kwenzeka isigameko lesi babe sejele bona ke lokho ke kwenza ukuthi ke manje qhubeke ngophenyo kwaholela kumsolwa wesibili.
Yes, my lord, I'm done.
As it please the court, my lord, maybe before we proceed, I'm not so sure whether this accused person are able to follow the questions that I'm asking this witness because they don't seem to be interpreted. All that is interpreted is the answer that comes from this witness, my lord. I've just noted that. So I'm not so sure if they're basically able to follow my questions that I'm putting to the witness.
That has always been the practice, my lord. It's not new, my lord. So if it needs to change, it's fine, I will change. But it's not new.
Okay.
We need to verify, my lord, with the accused if they are able to follow that.
No, you can verify.
I was wondering if the court would find out from them, my lord.
Mr.
Thank you.
Are you interpreting everything which is being said in English in this court?
Yes, my lord.
The questions posed by Mr. Mnisi and the answers delivered by Brigadier Geninda.
The answer, my lord, which will then encapsulate everything, the question itself.
So Mr. Mnisi says maybe the accused are not following the evidence which is being led by him through the questions. He wants me to ask his clients. Now, I must ask them, do they understand English? The clients say.
No, not really understanding English, my lord.
What?
If they are able to follow, if they say no, it's fine, then I don't have a problem.
No, I'm asking them. You say I must ask them.
Oh no, thank you, man.
Do you understand the questions your counsel is posing, accused number 1,
Yes.
2, 3, 4, and 5?
Okay, inkantolo ibuza ke nonke ngesikhathi esodwa ukuthi umbuzo njengoba usuka kuyena noma uqhamuka kuyena uadvocate Mnisi niyawuzwa yini? Inkantolo imibuza nonke number 5. Angesi? Okay, if Advocate Mnisi is putting the question, we are requesting you to inform us so that we are able to follow.
Number 2, 3, 1, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
What's your understanding?
Okay, kuphendule uNtanzi ke manje, so inkantolo okay, sicela uphendule futhi. The request is when Advocate Mnisi is asking the question, please tell us what the question is, and then when the answer comes, and repeat the answer as well.
Okay, number 3,
Siyabona futhi.
4, 5.
Miss- Okay. That's the reason why I mentioned that I speak isiZulu. It was simply because of that you tell me everything, because I'm Zulu speaking. Mr. Mapis. Sorry. In isiZulu, my lord, Mr. Ntuli. The request is when the question is being posed, please tell us the question as well.
Okay, sorry, when did you start interpreting? You remember there was a break, and there was your colleague who was interpreting.
Yes, there was a break.
When did you start?
Yesterday.
You started
after
yesterday?
the break, yes.
Yeah, after the break, because there was that gentleman. Who's the other gentleman?
Mr. Mzanga.
Is he here, Mr. Nzanga?
He was here earlier on, he's not now.
So you took over from him on Monday?
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Yeah, if you want us to repeat the evidence which was adduced on Monday, we can play the tapes so that you mustn't say you were not given a fair trial, because this gentleman, Mr. Jonas, is an experienced interpreter. He's actually the head of the interpretation department. But he was, as you know, he was not around until he came back to replace Mr. Nzanga yesterday. So we can play the tape for you guys from yesterday up to now, if you say we should do so. Mr. Mnisi. So repeat the question for them, and we'll ask Mr. Mnisi what's his view.
Uma ukuthi ke kanjalo kuzofaneleke siphindeke lokho obese kukhulunyiwe nanjengoba ke uTolika uye izolo ke emuva ukuthi ebengekho beku Mr. Mzanga bekuyena ebetolika uma ukuthi sifanele sibuyele emuva ke siye ngomsombuluko izolo nge2 zika June kuzofanele ke senzeke kanjalo.
Yes, sir.
As it is the court, may I quickly take instructions?
Yeah, fine.
Thank you.
And not only that, my lord, as I said earlier on, not only yesterday,
Yeah.
I've been saying there's never been a problem before, because you take the answer, the question, and you with the answer. So it should not only be yesterday.
Yeah.
If Mr. Mnisi are fair, it should go back, because that's how it's been happening.
Let's hear Mr. Minister.
Thank you. I'm unable to take instructions, my Lord, on accused number 2, 4, and 5.
No, there's Mr. Ramusipidi there,
Yes, my Lord.
and there's Mr. Mumalo there.
Phakamise izandla ngekatulika ngotolika. Nalezenzo zisho.
Thank you, my Lord. Thank you for the indulgence, my Lord. Accused number 1 and number 3 are saying there might not be a need for now to go back to the previous days' recordings in order to listen and to have my questions that are put to the witness interpreted. However, they would request that henceforth, at least what I'm putting to the witness as a question, they are requesting that that should also be conveyed to them in a language that they understand for them to be able to follow the proceedings. Furthermore, my Lord, they are also requesting that if there's something that the state is saying as a way of an objection.
Of what?
Of an objection, yes. At least they need to be highlighted of what the state is saying, and also the remarks that are coming from the judge as well, my Lord. That is what accused number 1 and number 3 are saying.
Okay, and Mr. Ramusipidi.
My Lord, with respect to accused number 2, he feels that it's not necessary to go back and have the recordings played for the previous questions that were asked by Advocate Misi, my Lord. But henceforth, that questions and answers be interpreted as well.
I've also taken instructions.
Number 3,
I've also taken
number 4
instructions.
and number 5.
Yes, from accused number 4 and 5. There will be no need to play the recording. What they want is progress from now onwards, if the questions may be interpreted as well as the answers that are given by the witness. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Jonas, any remarks after hearing the desires of the gentleman in front of us?
Okay. Okay, I will let me just interpret what I said now.
Yeah.
Nonke ke nisho okodwa ke ukuthi asikho isidingo sokuthi ke sibuyele emuva ke kwimibuzo ebise ibuziwe kodwa ke kusuka manje ukuya phambili ke nicela ukuthi kwenzeke ngalendlela enicele ngayo. The remarks will only be, my lord, that I will then request, because as has been happening, and I've been very patient, the long question that would come, that will then be followed by a very long answer.
And the exchanges between
and the exchanges
Nisi and the Brigadier.
and the exchanges. Must I also
To say,
interpret
no,
that?
you know what? I'm walking on the park. I remember saying that, sir.
Because it's only that machine that records. I'm not a
It's me,
recording
madam.
machine.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying.
Yes.
He's saying keep it short for him. When we were growing up, white magistrates and judges made a difference between an African who comes from the middle of nowhere, where there's no newspaper, where there is no radio today, where there's no TV. He says you can't compare him with a city slicker like Mr. Baloy and the doctor here, who grew up going to movies, reading newspapers, going to school. That's how they used to interpret the difference between what they call a person who can possibly understand the lingua franca in Johannesburg, because he grows up Emabonin, Unamalites. Whites used to have an idea that when we were in the Platteland, niks gaan anders. Okay, it's just by the side. So just do it. And then if you think you must interject to a witness or to a counsel here, do so. Okay.
Noted, my lord.
Right, Mr. Yes.
Thank you,
So
madam.
kwenza kanjalo ke bafowethu.
We were on the Butelezi brothers, and you told the court that you learned about the Butelezi brothers after you had interviewed accused number one.
Sise laba babili ke abazalwa kwaButhelezi utshelile inkantolo ke ukuthi uma uzwa ngabo kusemuva ke ukuthi utshelwe umsolo wokuqala.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, accused that has already told the court that on his very first arrest, when he was taken to Klorkop, those policemen who arrested him and also assaulted him there, they also wanted him to talk about these Butelezi brothers.
Umsolo wakhe wesho ke noma ushilo ukuthi uma eboshwa ke esehanjiswa esiwa khona ke eKlorkop, lawo maphoyisa lawo ke nawo ke ayefuna ukwazi ke ngalaba babili ke kwakuumuntu ke nomfowabo bakwaButhelezi.
No, I'm not aware of that, my lord. And nowhere in this docket, Phosphorus 636 of 10/2014, does it indicate the surname of Butelezi brothers as being persons of interest or suspects prior to us coming across accused number one. So insofar as this docket is concerned, those names are never mentioned as potential suspects, my lord.
Lokho ke angikwazi ke kuleli ke idokodo elu 636/10/2024 the Phosphorus case akukho ke la uzothola khona ke ukuthi labo babili bakwaButhelezi ke babe abasolwa kulona lelicala leli.
As it please the court, my lord, accused is drawing my attention to him. My apologies, my lord. Brigadier, actually it is me who makes a mistake.
I understand, my lord.
Yes.
Mina ke wenza iphutha yebo ngiyakuzwa.
He called me to come and correct me because he says those who arrested him and took him to Klorkop, never asked him about the Buthelezi brothers.
Ungibizile ke umsola lungisa ke lokho engikushilo mina ke ukuthi laba abambopha base behamba naye beya eClorkop abakaze bambuza ngalaba babili bakwaButhelezi.
It is actually your group that asked him about these Buthelezi brothers.
Yiqembu lakho ke elambuza ke ngalaba babili umuntu nobhuti wakhe ke abakwaButhelezi.
But my lord, that's the part that I said it cannot be true, because at the time when he was apprehended for the drug dealing case, insofar as his possible involvement in this matter was to the extent of him being in a company of accused number 2. That is all that we had. And that we
kodwa lokho ke sorry lokho ke akwazi ke ukuthi ngakulona ke iqiniso ngoba ke uma eboshwa ke laphayana mayelana ke naleli ke icala ebekukhona noma ke kwazeka ke ukuthi bekuyena ke kanye futhi nomsolwa wesibili kuleli ke manje icala asikhulumi ngelinye leliyana. Sorry
no, it's fine. Yeah. So the name of the Buthelezis, my lord, comes in from the confession that was taken by Colonel Mboto, and that disclosure in terms of all the investigation that was done prior to this confession and after has been disclosed to the defense, and nowhere do you see the Buthelezi brothers except when the confession is made by accused number 1.
Manje ke uma seqhamuka ke igama ke noma amagama lana ke abakwaButhelezi lokho kwenzeka ke emuva kokuthi ke uKenel Mboto esethathe istatement kuyena ke umsolwa ke futhi ke lokho ke noma leyo mininingwane leyo ke yanikezwa ke kubona ke abameli akukho lapho emuva kwayo iconfession nangaphambili kwayo ke la ekhuluma khona ngabo laba abakwaButhelezi.
Yes, my lord, that's my response.
Thank you, sir. And he further says that he would therefore not know how the police get to know about the Buthelezi brothers.
Uzothi ke akazi ukuthi amaphoyisa aze kanjani ke ngalaba babili bakwaButhelezi.
But my lord, I can speak for myself and Colonel Mboto so far as the confession. He said it. He said they were involved, and I indicated that he said he was standing outside. Based on that, my lord, investigation was done, because if there was truth in that, probably then evidence would have been found and those people were going to be charged. So he said it. That I can say insofar as his position is concerned and my position, as well as in the confession that he made to Colonel Mboto. He mentions them as well.
Uma ngaphendela mina ke ngikhulumela naye ke uKenel Mboto lokho sikuthole kuyena ke uyena umuntu owakusho ke kwase kuphenywa ke ngophenyo ke olwenziwa ke akukho okwatholakala uma kuukuthi ke kwakhona ubufakazi ke labo bantu labo ngabe baboshwa ke nabo ke bathweswa icala.
Thank you, my lord. Just 1 second again, my lord. One confirmation. Thank you, my lord, for indulgence. So you're saying Mr. Munaring, I don't know whether he was a constable or a sergeant, or I'll simply refer to him as Mr. Munaring. You're saying Mr. Munaring's arrival at the scene, his participation with the arrest of accused number 1. Let me put it this way. Mr. Munaring's participation, or when he started to interact with accused number 1, was at a time when you called him, when you were already at Ireton, for him to come and take accused number 1 to Deep Kloof to go and meet Colonel Mboto, not so?
Ingabe uthi ke Munaring yena ke uma esezoba yingxenye ke kungenkathi wena ke usumcela ukuthi ke thatha umsolwa amhambise eDeep Kloof ku Colonel Mbotho.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Thank you. Now, accused says, amongst others, these are the police who accompanied Sergeant Mohula at Tembisa where he got arrested.
Umsolwa ke uthi amaphoyisa aphelekezela uSergeant Mohula eThembisa nkathi eboshwa.
It was Buthelezi.
Buthelezi.
It was Sadike.
Sorry?
Sadike. It was Jonathan. It was Maphumulo. It was Monareng. Mohula herself, Sergeant Mohula herself.
Sergeant Mohula.
It was Mabena. It was Bongani. It was the police who was driving a Qashqai motor vehicle who was called as Ngamane.
Iphoyisa elalishayela imoto ekuthiwa iQashqai uNgamane.
Yes, amongst others. Those are the ones that you remember. There were others as well, but these are the ones that you can remember vividly their names as well.
Ngenzeka ukuthi bakhona abantu kodwa ke amagama awakhumbulayo yiwona la ashiwo.
So, my lord, I was not there when he was arrested, so I won't really. I think it will be unfair to the accused and myself to actually drag myself in there. I was not there. What I do know is that insofar as I know, when I made inquiries, because I didn't see Constable Monareng in Phosphorus at the police station. And my understanding when I inquired who was available from the tactical team, because I knew that that team is entrusted with the duty of protecting us. Constable Monareng was not involved, hence I requested him to come and assist. That's the knowledge I had, and that's why I asked him to come and assist in moving accused number 1 from Eraten to Colonel Mbotho.
Angangingekho ke ngenkathi ayeboshwa ngayo ngeke manje ke angeke ngiphefumuleke noma ngiphenduleke kona ke lokho kodwa ke ngikwaziyo ngathi uma sengibuza ke mayelana ke nalabo babekhona eFosloras ngathola ke ukuthi yena ke uConstable Monareng wayengekho lapho eFosloras ingakho ke ngacela yena ukuthi alekelele ngokuthatha umsolwa eEratin amhambise eDeep Kloof.
Now he says Monareng was part of the entourage that eventually took him to Phosphorus police station where you met them.
Uthi ke uMonareng wayingxenye ke yalabo abamthatha ke bamhambisa khona ke ePhosphorus la wena wahlangana khona nabo.
No, but that part of Phosphorus is not true. I didn't see Constable Monareng. Hence I said I made inquiries today to the group command of the SWAT, and I was told this is the member that was not involved. Hence then I requested him to assist. So I didn't see Constable Monareng at Phosphorus when I interacted with accused number 1.
Leyo ke ingxenye mayelana noMonareng ukuthi wayekhona ke ePhosphorus akusilona iqiniso ngoba ke futhi ke kuloyo ke obaphethe noma ke ophethe uMonareng kuyona ke iSWAT ngabuza ke wabe sengitshela ke ukuthi uMonareng uyena ke owayekade ngekho lapha yana ePhosphorus ngase ngicela yena ke ukuthi ahambise umsolo.
And I'm going to put the following to you, but I'm putting it under corrections because I need to go verify it. I've done a lot of reading, some of these things naturally I might not remember them, but if what I'm putting it to you now is not what is contained in the record, I'll come and tell you that Brigadier, I'm very sorry about it. I put something that is not contained in the record. Do you understand?
I understand, man.
Ngizosho lokhu ke kuwena kodwa uma kuukuthi ke lokho engikushoyo akukho ngaleyo ndlela ke noma kusilona ke iqiniso ngizohamba ke ngiyobheka ngoba ke ngokuhamba kwesikhathi usuyifunda lezi zinto ezinye zazo ke usuyayikhohlwa. Uma kuukuthi ngihambile ngayofunda ngathola ukuthi engikushilo kuwena akukho kanjalo ngizobuya ke ngizoxolisa kuwena.
As I could please, my lord, we don't think that would be the correct way of cross-examining a witness, I think when you put a question to the witness, you have to be sure of that question so that the witness doesn't give an incorrect answer. It will serve no purpose to put a wrong proposition to a witness only to and for the witness to answer on the wrong proposition, then to come back the following day and say, but sorry, that proposition was incorrect. I think it's better for counsel to first verify those propositions before they are put to the witness.
Angicabanga ukuthi ke iyona ndlela ke leyo yokwenza izinto ukuthi ke usho into ongaqinisekile ngayo ukuthi ke ngempela ikanjalo noma ayikho kanjalo, abese ufakazi uyaphendula ke ephendula ke naye ke into engekho ngaleyo ndlela ke cabanga ukuthi indlela ke ekuyiyona ukuthi uhambe ke uyobheka noma uyoqinisekisa lokho ngaphambi kokuthi ke ukusho.
As it is the court, my lord, that happens in a normal trial. This is trial sui generis. It's a trial sui generis, and there is nothing, my lord, in the books of the law that I've read thus far, and that is confirmed in the Constitution. I think it's section 173 of the Constitution that says that the High Court has got an inherent jurisdiction to regulate its own processes. That coupled with the fact that this is just a trial out of this world, it's just an extraordinary trial, my lord. I don't think there is a harm in doing what I've just requested to do, my lord, because it simply says that upon verification of that information, then I'll come back to the witness and say, yeah, no, Brigadier, I've made a mistake. That should be regarded as a non-scripto. I can feel there's no harm. The reason why I'm doing that, my lord, is simply because I don't want this that is in my head to be forgotten in view of the massive evidence that is being led here.
Angicabangi ke ukuthi ke ikhona into engangivimba ke noma ukuthi akusiyona ke uma ngenza ke ngalendlela ngoba ke ngahamba ke ngiyobheka ke uma ngithola ukuthi lokho engikushilo ayisikona ngibuye ke ngisho kuyena ke ubrigadier ngithi cha brigadier ngendlela ke engibeke ngayo noma engikubuze ngayo akusiyona ke uma ngabe bese ngibuyele emuva ngayobheka.
What about the oath?
The oath that was taken by me, my lord.
It doesn't affect the oath.
The oath that was taken by me.
Then this witness took an oath to tell this court the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. That witness.
That would not have come from this witness. It is coming from me, man. Yes.
You are putting a proposition that if the facts which you have presented to him are incorrect,
yes,
you will come back and tell him that they are incorrect.
Yes.
But you expect this court to listen to the evidence, yes, and the answers.
Yes, my lord.
What does that do to the oath?
My lord, there's
He lied conveniently.
No, there's a simple answer to that, my lord. This witness has taken an oath.
Yeah.
He simply needs to stick by and to that oath by simply telling the truth.
How will you know that he's not telling the truth? Because you are questioning your own knowledge of what you want to put to him.
He just got to stick to the truth that he knows that this is the truth.
You yourself, how will you know that when he answers you, he's not telling the truth? You understand the question, sir?
That then will be up to the court, my lord, to make a judgment as to what should then happen with the answer that he would have given, my lord. I'm not there to make a judgment.
No.
Yes.
The law says you don't put any premise, supposition,
yes,
or evidence,
yes,
to a witness,
yes, if
it is not true or correct according to you. I've got the book here. I can read it for you.
I'm well aware.
Yeah.
I should not put misleading suppositions to the
and
witness.
I'm not even saying misleading, which
yes,
are not correct.
Yes, which are not correct.
That's it.
Yes.
So you must have your facts.
Thank you, my lord.
In sync.
Yes.
So that you can tell this witness, Brigadier, here, you are either lying or whatever.
Thank you, my lord.
So what do you
no
want to
problem,
do,
my lord. I can put this question in abeyance.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
Emuva sokuthi ebuziwe-ke inkantolo noma isimtshela-ke
What's your view, Mr. Newman?
uthi-ke kwamanje uzowumisa-ke loyo mbuzo lowo advocate Mnisi.
Maybe you can advise
No, the court is correct. Yes, I do follow.
Mr. Ramsepi.
As a president, my understanding is that you cannot put a proposition to a witness that you know that you don't have the basis thereof. It's not true. Is that what?
Okay, fine, yeah. Okay, but he's withdrawn the question.
So umisile-ke kwamanje loyo mbuzo kodwa bobabili-ke uMr Ramsipile no-advocate Nxumalo bayavuma-ke ukuthi ngempela akwazi-ke ukuthi ungasho into kufakazi ongenaso isiqinisekiso sayo ukuthi ngempela ingaleyo ndlela oyibeka ngayo noma oyisho ngayo.
Thank you, Brigadier. I'll go and verify this first. So, you are saying, and you're very steadfast on that Munaring was not part of the team at Foslores, where you met accused number 1.
Ukusho lokho-ke uthi unesiqiniseko sako ukuthi-ke uMunareng wangasiyona-ke ingxenye yaleliya thimba noma leliya qembu laphaya eFosloras.
Yes, my lord. I said I did not see him specifically. I inquired with the group commander of the team that was led by Mr. Buthelezi as to who is available, because I knew they were working shift, who was not part of their team to assist with the movement, and the name of Munareng was given, and I didn't see him at Fostoras when I interacted with the accused number 1, my lord.
Yebo, lokho ngiyakusho-ke ukuthi angimbonanga noma ngizange ngimboneke eFostoras nkathi ngangikhuluma naye umsolo wokuqala uMunareng, ngase ngibuza-ke kulona-ke ithimba lelo elaliholwa uyena-ke uButhelezi kwase qhamuka-ke noma kuvela-ke igama lakhe uMunareng.
Brigadier, so that I understand you well. You are saying you verified or you spoke to Buthelezi, who was a team leader, who told you that Munaring was not part of them, and indeed yourself never saw Munaring at Foslores. Now, this Buthelezi that you're referring to is the Buthelezi who testified here at court.
That is correct, my lord. So the SWAT team had 2 commanders, Mr. Singh, who was senior to Buthelezi. Now, in the field of the elite unit, there's a group commander, and Mr. Buthelezi, Sergeant Buthelezi, was the group leader. Hence, I said after, and my discussion with Sergeant Buthelezi took place after I got a confirmation from Colonel Mboto telephonically to say, in your team, who is available that was not part of the arrest that can assist with the movement, and the name of Constable Munaring came up, and I was comfortable because I also did not see him in Fostoras. Hence, then I made a call to Munaring to say he must meet me in Ereton to assist with the movement of accused 1 to Colonel Mboto, my lord.
Okwenzekayo-ke ukuthi laphana-ke eSwati-ke kunababili-ke abaholayo, uSingh kwakuyena-ke owaye ngaphezulu-ke kuButhelezi, kodwa yena-ke uButhelezi uyena owayehola iqembu noma-ke i-team leader. Ngathi-ke uma sengibuza-ke kwavela lona-ke igama lakhe uMunareng, ngabe nami-ke uMunareng ngakaze ngingambonanga khona laphaya eFosloras, kanye naye-ke uKolonel Mboto uma esesho-ke obuza ukuthi ubani kwiqembu lakho owengasiyona-ke ingxenye, ngathi-ke wayeboshwa umsolwa ila ekwavela khona noma kwaqhamuka khona igama likaMunareng.
Thank you, Brigadier. This discussion around Ms. Munareng, as I've said, we'll hold it in abeyance until I verify the exact question that I want to put to you. Thank you.
Lo daba-ke lukaMunareng ngizobe-ke ngima-ke ngalo ngize ngitholeke isiqiniseko mayelana-ke nombuzo lo ebengifisa noma ngifuna ukuthi ngiwubuze kuwena.
I understand, my lord.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you. Now you're saying that the allegations by accused number 1 that you were at Deep Cliff, where you met, where he was taken from. Actually, before we get there, you are saying from Foslores, accused number 1 was then transported or taken to Ireton, where he further was driven to Deep Kloof, where he ultimately met with Mboto.
Uthi ke ukusuka khona eFosloras kwasekhanjwa ke naye ke umsola kuyiwa eEratin. Mase kusuka ke khona eEratin kwayiwa eDeep Kloof la ahlangana khona noKennel Mboto.
That is correct. From Eriton, he was taken by Constable Munaring. I handed him over to Constable Munaring after the conversation, the telephonical request, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso lokho ukuthi ke ukusuka khona ke eEratin ukuya eDeep Kloof wathathwa uyena uConstable Munaring imina engamcela uConstable Munaring emuva ke kokuthi sengenza ke noma ke isicelo senziwa ngocingo.
Such that the allegations by accused number 1 that he never was taken to Ireton, instead from Foslores he was taken to Deep Kloof, according to you, that is misleading.
Futhi ke neinsolo noma uthi ke insolo lezi eziqhamuka kuyena ke umsolo zokuthi ke uma kusuka eFosloras akakaze ahanjiswe asiwe eEratin, uma kusuka eFosloras wasiwa eDeep Kloof ngokusho kwakhe uthi lokho akusilona iqiniso.
No, it's not. I was not there, my lord. From Eriton, from Fosoras, we went to Eriton. Eriton, he was handed over by me to Constable Munaring, and then he was taken to Colonel Mboto. I know he was with Colonel Mboto because Colonel Mboto phoned me when he was done to say, I am done, but I will not hand over the confession document to your members. You have to come and collect it. So I had a confirmation, and subsequently I received the form, but we never went directly to the Kloof SAPS, my lord.
Lokho ke akusilona ke iqiniso ngoba ke angazeke ngiyela noma angizange ngiye lapho uma suke eFosloras sahamba ke saya eEratin. eEratin yila khona mina ke ngamdlulisela kuyena uConstable Munaring. Ngiyazi ke uMunaring wasemthatha ke emsakena ke uKennel Mboto. Ngiyazi ukuthi waye naye ke uKennel Mboto ngoba ke uKennel Mboto wase engishayela ucingo engitshela ukuthi useqedile nokuthi futhi ke uma seqedile njalo ke wathi cha document lela noma ke istatement lesi angeke ngisinikezeke amalunga lana noma ama members akho kuzofanele uze wena ke uzosilanda.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now you spoke so very passionately about Colonel Mboto. You said Mboto was a very senior person and also ethical. Do you still remember that?
Ukhulumileke ngalendlela okhulumileke ngayo ke ngaye uKennel Mboto ke ngendlela ke asebenza ngayo noma nangendlela ke ayimisele ngayo uma enza ke umsebenzi noma ke wenza izinto ngohlelo noma ngendlela.
Yes, according to my experience, my lord, that's the experience I have of him. I don't have any other one, my lord.
Yebo ke ngokumazi kwami ke noma ke indlela ke engimazi ngayo iyona ke leyo ayikho engenye ke engimazi ngayo.
Now we, to some extent, might find each other when you say Mboto was a very senior person. I don't know, he was a colonel, not so then.
Yes, he was a colonel, my lord.
Thank you.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke yebo waye uyena uKennel uyena uMboto.
Yeah, I don't know if a colonel is a very senior person in the police, and that I may not argue. But I'm interested in you saying that Mboto was ethical. What do you mean when you say Mboto was ethical?
Angazi ke ngokwasemaphoyiseni ke uma umuntu ewuKennel noma ke ubambeke isikhundla esiphezulu ke kodwa ke ngohlobo obeke ngalo ke uthi ke umuntu wayenza ke izinto ngohlelo noma ke ethical phecelezi ngesilungu ke usho ukuthini.
So, my lord, that response must be taken into context of the question that was put to me, or the suggestion that accused person, including myself, we went to Colonel Mboto and certain things happened in his presence. And I was of the view that based on my experience, I doubt very much, knowing the experience of Colonel Mboto and his good standing insofar as I know him, that he will expose himself to such unethical conduct, because it will be really not only unlawful, unethical, where myself and him, we sit with junior members where now an accused person must be forced to concede to certain things. That is not only unlawful, it is also unethical, my lord. So it was responded in that context, my lord.
Uma bengiphendula ngaleyo ndlela ke bengikusho lokho ke kuloko ebekushiwo kumina ke ukuthi ke ngangikhona ke noma ngahamba ke nami ngaya khona eDeep Kloof ngindawonye naye ke uKenneth Mboto ukuthi ke ngendlela engimazi ngayo futhi ke umsebenzi wakhe awenza ngayo ukuthi mina ke naye sikule ikhundla esasikuzona ke ngaleso sikhathi leso sizohlala ke nalabo ke ababizwa ngokuthi phecelezi ke ama junior abangaphansi kuthina ngesikhundla kwenzeke lokho ke ekushoyo ukuthi kwenzeka ke indlela bengiphendula kulokho.
Particularly, my lord, since there was an arrangement that a certain member, Constable Monareng, will hand him over to him, and then mysteriously now, if I follow what I'm being told, I now pitch up with the accused. And I'm saying, if one takes into account the experience of Kenel, but was even myself, I'll be amazed when the IO requests me to take a confession and says Constable X will bring a person, and all of a sudden now we pitch up with these people. That's unethical, let alone the development that will take place after that. So I wouldn't want to be part of that. And I was saying in that context that I don't think that would have been an exercise that Kenel Mboto will involve himself in, my lord.
Ikakhulukazi ke la khona ke kuye kwakhulunywa ke ngalo ucingo kwashiwo ke ukuthi ke uConstable Thizeni uyena ozoletha umsolwa bese ke manje makufika ke lapho naye ke lo okuyena ophenya icala noma ke oyena ke oyinhloko kubaphenyi ke beqala lelo naye ke usiyafika nami ke bekuzongimangaza ke lokho manje ke loyo mbuzo lowo ke noma leyo mpendulo leyo benginikeza ngayo ngaphansi ke kwaloyo mbuzo lowo obengibuziwe ngaleyo ndlela.
That's my response, my lord.
Iyona ke impendulo yami leyo.
In that long-winding response, Brigadier, you're saying it would have been unethical for you and Mboto to sit down with the suspect in the presence of other police officers and the suspect be forced to say certain things. Is that what you said?
Engabe uthi ke bekungazoba iyona ke indlela yokwenza noma indlela yokusebenza ke emaphoyiseni leyo ukuthi wena ke kanye naye uKenneth Mboto ekhona ke amanye amaphoyisa abese yaphoqwa umsolwa ke ukuthi asho izinto ezithize.
My lord, I've said the issue of the experience and the ethical part of Kenel Mboto was said by me responding to the assertion that I went to Deep Kloof, and in my understanding certain things were done there which were unethical, and that's why I even went to an extent of saying possibly unlawful. And I said on those bases, I doubt if Kenel Mboto would have involved himself in that. So I'm not making a general statement. I was responding to the assertion that said from Fostoras, we didn't go to Ereton with accused number 1, but rather we went to Deep Kloof, and I was present with the team when the accused then was taken to Kenel Mboto.
Uma bengiphendula ke bengisho kulokhu ke okulenkulumo ke ebithi uma suka khona ke eFosloras asiyanga eEratin kodwa ke sase siya khona ke eDeep Kloof nokuthi futhi ke nami ngangikhona ngangiyingxenye yalokho ngikushilo ke ngathi ke uma ubheka lokho ke ubheka indlela asebenza ngayo noma esebenza ngayo uKenneth Mboto kanye futhi ke nespiliyoni sakhe ke emaphoyiseni angicabangi ke ukuthi engaba yinto leyo abe ngayivumela nokuthi ke abe yingxenye yayo.
My lord, it should not be forgotten that the assertion was that first he was assaulted in my presence. That's where the issue of the plastic comes in, and I'm present and I made certain statements. Then he's taken to Kenel Mboto under duress. That's the assertion. That's why I'm saying I was responding in that context. Then subsequently he makes then a confession, and that is why I said even in the confession that was written down by Kenel Mboto, there was no such recording that he was assaulted. And I said, based on that, I doubt if Kenel Mboto would have wanted to involve himself in such a thing and not document things as they are, taking into account his experience and the ethical conduct that I know him of. I do not know any other, my lord.
Futhi lokho ke noma uma ngiphendula lokho ke bengisho lokho ngaphansi ke kokushiwo kumina ke ukuthi sekukhulunywa ngodaba lwako ke uplastic nokuthi washaywa ke ngikhona uma sethathwa ke lapho uyahanjiswa umikiswa kuyena ke uKennel Umbotho la khona ke asephoqwa ke ukuthi ke enze istatement. Uma ngikuphendula ke lokho bengisho ngaphansi kwalokho ngithi ke ngendlela ke engimazi ngayo ke uKennel Umbotho bengeke akuvumeke noma kuvumele ukuthi ke abe yingxenye yako lokho.
That's my response, my lord.
I'm trying to paraphrase your answer in my mind, because I simply asked you a simple question that says, when you say Lieutenant Colonel Mboto was an ethical person, what did you mean by that? In other words, why do you say Mboto was ethical? Now you gave a very long, winding statement. I don't want to assume your answer, Brigadier. Can you please simply shorten it, you know?
As a court, please, my lord, the witness has responded to the question. Counsel asked him, why does he say Mboto is ethical and senior? And he said, the allegation that you would have accompanied the accused Mboto would have surprised Mboto, and that he himself would never do such a thing, my lord. So he's responding to the question of firstly seniority of Mboto, and secondly the question of ethics.
Ngizama ke ukuthi ke ngihlanganise ke lempendulo ngoba ngikubuze nje umbuzo ke mina ke ukuthi ke kungani uMbotho umusho noma imchaza ngalendlela ukuthi ke kuumuntu osebenza ke ngendlela phecelezi ke ethical owenza ke izinto ngohlelo wena ke wasunikeza ke ngalempendulo ende siyaphendula ke umshushisi uthi ke ufakazi uphendula kuona ke umbuzo lowo ukuthi ke uma ukhuluma ngesipiliyoni sakhe ke uMbotho nokuthi ke usebenza ke ngalendlela kuumuntu ke owenza izinto ngohlelo usho ukuthini ngoba ke uyachaza ke ukuthi indlela ke amazingayo uKennel Mboto nokuthi ke futhi ke bekungamangaza ke nokuthi afike yena ke khona lapha kodwa bekuyena umuntu owenze isicelo ukuthi umsolwa aphelekezele.
Thank you. I need to confirm with you, Brigadier, because I requested you just shorten your answer. Do you then align with what the state has just said now?
Ingaba lokho oqeda ukushiwa ke umshushisi ngoba bengiceleleke ukuthi impendulo yakho uyenzeke ukuthi bemfishi ingaba lokho oqeda ukusho umshushisi uhambisana nako.
Yes, I am aligned with the statement, Lord, in that I've responded to the question that I'm being asked, but I've put it into context as to where was my response emanating from. It wasn't a standalone question which says, is Colonel Mboto ethical and professional, or what is his seniority in the police? It was emanating from the allegation that were put to me that accused one was assaulted. Subsequent to the assault and the threats that were made to him using a tube, being kicked in a bad manner, he is then taken by me and these members to Colonel Mboto. In other words, we are furthering the unlawful activity. And in that response, that is why I spoke about the experience, the seniority of Colonel Mboto, and my understanding of his ethical conduct, that I doubt if Colonel Mboto, because in the form, he doesn't say the accused was assaulted. And I said, even myself will never expose myself to be part of such activities. So the ethical part and the seniority was in response of what was put to me as the version of accused number one. So yes, I responded and I aligned myself with what Advocate Baloyi is saying.
Yebo ke ngiyahambisana naloku oqeda ushiwa uyena ke uAdvocate Baloyi ngoba uma ngabe bengiphendula kuona ke umbuzo noma ke inkulumo eshoyo ke ukuthi washaywa umsolwa wafakwa ke wona ke uplastiki ekhahlela nokhahlelwa kwase emuva kwalokho ke eseyathathwa ke ehanjiswa ithimba leli nami ngikhona ke lapho esiwa kuyena uKennel Mboto ngathi ke ngesipiliyoni sakhe ke anaso ke nangendlela futhi asebenza ngayo noma ke izinto azenza ngohlelo ngiyangabaza ke ukuthi ke uKennel Mboto ebengavumela ke lokho nokuthi abe yingxenye futhi yako lokho.
Thank you. Brigadier, do you then realize that the production of the AVL records of the motor vehicles that were involved in the arrest of accused number 1 would go a very long way in assisting this court to come to a just finding in respect of the movement of those motor vehicles. Do you then realize that?
Ingabe
As a court, please, ma'am. The issue of the AVL records was addressed yesterday. I don't know why this witness now is expected to give an opinion on something that it's already addressed in Exhibit XX1 up to XX13, my lord, and this happened yesterday.
Ingabe udaba loluke le AVL noma ke lokho beceliwe ke abameli kodwa ke ngatholakala ke uyazini ukuthi ke bekuzoba usizo olukhulu ekuthini ke inkantolo ibuzwe ke lo bufakazi ke bise futhi ke kusiza kulekelela nenkantolo ukuthi ke ifike ke lisinqumo ekuyisona mayelana lo daba lolu mshushisi sethi ke angazi ukuthi kungani udaba lolu ke le AVL luvezwa futhi ngoba ke kukhulunyiwe ngalo izolo kwashiwo ke nokuthi futhi imiphi imiphumela noma ke okutholakele.
The state is missing one point, my lord. The issue of the AVL is not closed. Remember, we're still waiting for the AVL records of the Fort Ranger, the AVL of the Qashqai motor vehicle, and I think I mentioned another one. All that they produced, or that was referred to yesterday, it was just a fraction of what we requested, and they could not come up with an answer as to what is happening with these other vehicles. But nonetheless, from a point of view of a witness who is not a layman in investigation, do you then realize that those AVL would assist the court to come to a determination on the movement of the motor vehicles on that day?
Udaba lo khona ke la umbuso ke ngicabanga ukuthi ke uyigeja khona ke ngoba ke udaba lolu le AVL asu ukuthi ke udaba oluvaliwe ukuthi nje kuphela ke kulokho ke abakushilo bona ke izolo kuyingxenye nje yalokho ebesicelileke sisalindeleke imbiko wayo iAVL yale imoto iFord Ranger kanye nayo ke iQashqai akusu ukuthi ke udaba oluvaliwe manje ke nanjengomuntu ke okantshubo mvuke kwezophenyo ngaba uyakwazi yini ukuthi ke lo mbiko lona ke noma ama AVL ebezolekelela inkantolo?
My lord, my understanding, and I'm saying this with greatest respect, I thought the issues of the confessions were dealt with during the trial within the trial, and my understanding is that the court made a ruling. Those statements are admissible. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer this based on that background, because Colonel Mboto comes in insofar as the confession that he took, and I'm under the impression that that part was dealt with. So am I now to understand that we're opening that part again, because then my answer will be different to a situation when that matter has been dealt, that situation has been dealt with and closed, to a situation when it's still open. So that's the difficulty I'm having, whether those records, which those vehicles, which I'm not aware of in terms of registration numbers and so forth, will be relevant or not. That's the difficulty I'm having, because I'm having a certain impression, and the question now, I'm two-folded, my lord, to say, because the answer won't be the same if the situation is still open or closed. The answer is not the same, so that's the difficulty I'm having to answer.
Ku indita ke mina ke ngoba bengicabanga ukuthi ke udaba ke lolu itatimende lezi zokugonyuluka ukuthi ke udaba ke lolu oludingidiwe la inkantolo yabese inkantolo yenza ke noma ikhipha isinqumo ke kuloko nokuthi futhi ke lama confessions wona ke lana noma lena ke yakhe uKenneth Mboto se ila isingidida khona ke manje ukuthi ke uma sengiphendula ngizokuphendula kanjani ke lokho ngoba yinto lena inkantolo eyakhipha isinqumo ngayo.
Thank you, Brigadier. I would have wished to proceed to another aspect of my cross-examination, but when I'm about to proceed, my mind keeps on saying to me, no man, pursue this thing, pursue, you see. So I'm unable to proceed before I pursue this Munarengi thing. On those bases, my lord, and I'm feeling a little bit like my head, it's pounding. I'm unable to proceed in the circumstances for now, my lord. I mean, for today. I'm therefore going to request for an adjournment for a day. The time is now. What time is it, doctor? It's exactly 20 minutes past 3, my lord. I'm going to request for an early adjournment just to go and... I don't know whether this is to tone down my pounding headache or to cool down or to refresh it, because there's something that is happening in my head. There's a little bit pounding.
Maybe it's thinking about the ethical conduct the brigadier was talking about.
Who, myself? Me? Yes.
I've heard about unethical judges. I'm sure you have even heard about that. An unethical policeman, an unethical politician,
Cancel, yes.
an unethical priests. I can
Yes.
go on and on.
Yes, ma'am.
And unethical footballers.
Yes, ma'am. Omotoso, my lord, I don't know where does he fall.
I don't know. Who's Amatos? I don't know him.
Oh, no.
Kusasa
Okay.
ngo 10.
Tomorrow at 10.
Thank you.